Chapter 453. Tianqin, why do you think the members of the Azura sect have appeared here? Asked Shirwenxing in a low voice at the peak of Black Rock Peak. A cold glow surged through the space between Ko Tianqin's brows. He didn't answer Shirwenxing's question right away, and he shot his gaze towards the disciples of the Thousand Crane sect instead. The sudden and shocking turn of events had caused most of the disciples to be injured, and more than half of them were heavily injured. Moreover, over 10 of them had died during the battle. Losing over a dozen Palace Hall disciples was definitely a huge blow to the Thousand Crane sect. Everyone, please endure it a little longer. I've already notified the sect to send reinforcements over. Elder Hua calmed everyone's emotions as he distributed healing pills. Because the teleportation formation that led back to the sect was set up on the Sky Glory platform, and the Azura sect had destroyed it along with the teleportation formation. Under such circumstances, they could only wait for reinforcements from the sect. An infuriated young man cursed. Those damnable bastards from the Azura sect! Don't all of you find it strange? We've never been attacked during the test in the past. It really is quite puzzling. How did the members of the Azura sect know the exact location of the test? Moreover, they even set up an ambush. Could it be that there's a traitor amongst us? What? There's a traitor? Clamorous noise instantly arose in the surroundings when these words were spoken. In an instant, all of them gazed at the crowd in the surroundings, and they revealed strange vigilance in their eyes. F*CK. Why the F*CK are you looking at me like that? Do you think I'm a traitor? What the fuck are you getting so worked up for? Did I say anything? You didn't say anything, but you're definitely suspecting me in your heart. Fuck you. I'm filled with rage right now, so I advise you not to offend me. It was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. Because they'd suffered a surprise attack from the Azura sect for no apparent reason, and coupled with the effects of their injuries, many of them were extremely sensitive. When one of them felt that there was a traitor amongst them, it instantly aroused doubt in their hearts. All of you, stop arguing. Elder Hua's expression was gloomy while flames of rage burned in his eyes. Don't doubt your companions at a time like this. The enemy's attack may come a second time. Aren't you creating opportunities for others by having internal strife now? Everyone had a cold expression on their faces. They had a bellyful of anger, but they remained silent. Humph, if I find out who the traitor is, I'll definitely cut him into 8 pieces. A disciple with a fiery temper was still cursing. Elder Hua sighed helplessly and said, "Forget it, let's consolidate the number of casualties first. Do you know how many people are missing from the heaven-dazzling platform?" Everyone looked around lazily. Soon after, a surprised voice rang out. "Chu Hen seems to have disappeared." "Oh, Junior Sister Red Lotus isn't here either. What's going on? Did something happen to the 2 of them? Impossible. Chu Hen is so strong. How could he die so easily? Hong Lian's cultivation isn't weak either. It's impossible for her to fall behind us. Could it be?" In an instant, everyone seemed to have a flash of inspiration in their minds. Moreover, their gazes had become extremely strange. It can't be. Junior Sister Red Lotus has been in our sect for almost 10 years. It's absolutely impossible for her to be a spy from the Azura sect. I don't believe that Hong Lian is a spy either. They conversed in low voices. If Hong Lian wasn't a spy, then the other person had instantly become the target of suspicion. Could it be Chu Hen? He was a new disciple this year, and something just happened to have happened during the exam. Coupled with the fact that Chu Hen had killed Hall disciple Meng Hong, crippled Hu Tong, and heavily injured Kong Bin and the others. From a certain perspective, it seemed like he was weakening the Thousand Crane sect's strength. The atmosphere had become extremely strange. Even though no one said it out loud, all of them had started to suspect it. Ko Tianqin's eyes were surging with ghastly coldness as well. and he seemed to be in deep thought. Look, Chu Hen's back and Red Lotus. Just at that time, a loud cry came from the crowd. Everyone was shocked, and they looked towards the sky in the direction of the Sky Glory platform. They saw a young man and woman approaching from afar. It was none other than Chu Hen and Hong Lian. Everyone stood up and looked at them. Afterwards, Chu Hen and Hong Lian landed one after the other. Before they could even say anything, the two of them were stunned. Everyone looked at them with an indescribably strange gaze. To be more precise, the way they looked at Chu Hen was different. Chu Hen exchanged a glance with Hong Lian, and then he asked indifferently, "What? Where did the two of you go?" In the next moment, a voice filled with pride, indifference, and even seemed to be questioning them. Ko Tianqin walked over to them first, and his eyes were icy cold. Sherwin Xing followed behind him and looked at them expectantly. In the face of Ko Tianqin's overbearing tone, Chu Hen's eyes could not help but flash with a cold light when he recalled how Ko Tianqin had taken him down a notch when he received the mission scroll before the exam. "What does it have to do with you?" Whoosh! Chu Hen's reply immediately caused a low uproar. It was the first time in history that a newcomer had dared to say something like that to a core disciple. Even though Chu Hen had defeated Kong Bin and taken the position of the leader of the Hall disciples, there was still quite a gap between him and a core disciple. Of course, in the eyes of the crowd, Chu Hen and Ko Tianqin's cultivation base and strength could not be compared. However, seeing Ko Tianqin's expression gradually darken, Hong Lian said, "Senior brother Ko, Chu Hen and I went after Langley." "Went after Langley?" Everyone was stunned. Langley was a core disciple of the Shura sect. Yet these two dared to go after Langley alone. They were really bold. "Oh?" Ko Tianqin raised his eyebrows slightly, and there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. "You went after Langley? May I ask if you managed to catch up to him?" Hong Lian glanced at Chu Hen and continued. "Chu Hen caught up to him, but by the time I arrived, Langley had already escaped." Whoosh! As soon as these words were spoken, an inexplicable uproar broke out among the crowd. However, what surprised them was not that Chu Hen was able to make Langley escape, but something else. Ko Tian chuckled. His laughter was especially playful. He looked at Chu Hen and said frivolously, "In other words, you chased after Langley by yourself, and Hong Lian just happened to arrive when Langley was beaten away by you, am I right?" "What do you mean? Just say it. There's no need to beat around the bush." Chu Hen replied coldly, "All right, then, I'll be frank." Ko Tianqin spread open his arms, and his voice was extremely sharp and domineering. "In the past, there has never been a single mishap during the 1,000 Crane Sect's recruitment test, yet you just had to suffer an ambush from the Shura sect this year. You're just a new disciple, yet you actually had the ability to crush the top 3 of the palace rankings. I can't help but wonder what sort of unspeakable background you have. Lastly, you said you went after Langley." Ko Tianqin laughed coldly and said, "According to my knowledge, Langley's cultivation is ranked second amongst the 7 ultimate geniuses, and his Shura blade technique is renowned throughout the 100 Kingdoms prefecture. All right, I'll say that you went to challenge Langley out of ignorance, but why did Langley just happen to have left when Hong Lian arrived? Did you really go after him, and you didn't have other intentions?" Ko Tianqin's words made sense. The scales in the hearts of everyone present immediately tilted. Many people looked at Chu Hen with a gaze that became even colder, and a ghastly cold light faintly surged in their eyes. In their opinion, Chu Hen did not go after Langley, but he was secretly communicating with him. After all, Blade Julang Li's strength was there for all to see. Just relying on Chu Hen to chase after him alone was simply courting death. As for chasing Langley away, that was even more impossible. However, Chu Hen's expression was especially calm. His pitch-black eyes were like well water without a single ripple. He was neither humble nor arrogant, Chu Hen looked at Ko Tianqin's sharp gaze and replied calmly, "Don't you suspect that I'm a spy from the Shura sect?" Ko Tianqin smiled as he replied, "Isn't that the case?" "Senior brother Ko, you've misunderstood." Han Lian could not help but speak up for Chu Hen. She said without any hesitation, "Chu Hen is from the Saint Star dynasty. I met him 2 years ago when I was at the Imperial Martial Academy. I can guarantee that his background is clean, and he's definitely not related to the Shura sect at all." "Is that so?" "Yes." Han Lian nodded solemnly and continued to say, "Earlier, Chu Hen was indeed fighting with Langley. I sensed a shocking energy fluctuation as I chased after them. If you don't believe me, you can ask Shilan. He was brought here by Shilan." At the mention of Shilan, everyone's gazes softened a little. Shilan was the goddess of their dreams in the hearts of countless male disciples in the Thousand Crane sect. Most importantly, Shilan's younger brother had died at the hands of the Shura sect. She would absolutely not bring anyone related to the Shura sect into the Thousand Crane sect. When everyone spoke up to hear, the doubts in their hearts had lessened slightly. "All right, let's put an end to this matter." Shi Wenxing took a few steps forward and nodded slightly. He said, "We'll investigate whether the Shura sect planted a mole in the sect. Now, return to the transfer station for the third test." However, Ko Tianqin's expression turned even gloomier. He said, "Both of you disobeyed orders earlier and acted on your own. I hereby announce that both of your test results this year are invalid." What? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Their expressions changed again and again, and their eyes were filled with deep astonishment. The tense atmosphere, which had just eased a moment ago, instantly became anxious again. Their test results this year were invalid. It did not affect Han Lian greatly. She would only be reduced to last year's result, and she would still be a Palace Hall disciple. However, it was a huge punishment for Chu Hen. Since Chu Hen was a new disciple this year, his test results would be invalid and he would be reduced to his original state. In other words, he could not even be considered as an official disciple now that his test results were invalid. Elder Hua stepped forward and advised, "That's not good, right? It's enough to nullify the results of the last test." "Humph." Ko Tianqin crossed his arms in front of him and said in a heavy tone, "In many things, a series of serious consequences are often caused by disobeying orders, especially at that critical moment of life and death. If the two of you acted on your own, what if you were captured by the Shura sect's people? If you were captured by the Shura sect, they would have used the soul-controlling tactic to control your minds and send you back. That would have caused a second injury. For this reason, both of you know the severity of your action." Elder Hua frowned. He did not know how to refute Ko Tianqin. A faint layer of frost appeared on Chu Hen's face. He stared coldly at Ko Tianqin and said, "Are you trying to avenge a personal grudge?" "You can think whatever you want. I'm in charge of the test this year, so everything is up to me." Ko Tianqin still had a complacent expression on his face as he spoke in a domineering manner. Everyone present here was puzzled. No one had expected Ko Tianqin to be so furious. However, he was a core disciple after all, so no one dared to refute him. Of course, a portion of them felt it was a pity. There were also some who took pleasure in Ko Tianqin's misfortune. He was instantly reduced from the number 1 disciple in the Palace Hall to an unofficial disciple. Such a punishment was unprecedented in the history of the Thousand Crane sect. Originally, everyone thought that Chu Hen would fly into a rage and fly into a rage. However, what made everyone surprised was that Chu Hen's expression was still rather calm. He actually smiled as he gazed at Ko Tianqin and said, "In other words, I'm no longer a disciple of the Thousand Crane sect." "That's right," Ko Tianqin replied lazily. He laughed with ridicule and said, "However, since it wasn't easy for you to come here, we'll still use the teleportation formation to send you back." "There's no need for that." Chu Hen refused in a resolute manner. There's no need to trouble all of you. I can walk out on my own. After that, Chu Hen gazed at Hong Lian. The latter's beautiful brows were knit together tightly, while her eyes were filled with a complicated expression and helplessness. Can I trouble you with something? Hong Lian was stunned. Go on. Help me give this to Instructor Shilan. Tell her that it was Shichin's saber that ended it. As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of white light flashed, and then a cloth bag appeared in Chu Hen's hand. Everyone here was stunned. There was still blood seeping out from beneath the cloth bag, and they could see half a face that had died with everlasting regret through the cracks on the cloth bag. When they focused their gazes on that face, their expressions instantly changed drastically, and their countenances turned ghastly pale. My God! Chapter 454. That's Lang Li's head. Along with an exclamation that was filled with astonishment, the expressions of everyone present changed abruptly, and dense astonishment surged into their eyes. It was as if a bolt of lightning had exploded in their minds, and they felt extreme disbelief in their hearts. Chu Hen actually had the ability to kill Lang Li. All of them exchanged glances and were extremely astounded. In an instant, the matter of Chu Hen being suspected to be a spy from the Azura sect had been dispelled. The gazes they shot at each other had changed once more. The indifference from before had instantly transformed into deep reverence and fear. Ko Tianqin and the core disciples of Shuren Star were visibly moved as well, especially Ko Tianqin. His expression had silently turned cold. You? Hong Lian gazed at the cloth bag that Chu Hen passed over to her with shock, and the blood that faintly seeped out from it proved that Lang Li had just perished. In other words, Lang Li hadn't fled when she rushed over to the battlefield, but he'd already been killed by Chu Hen. Hong Lian's beautiful eyes opened wide while her red lips parted slightly. She truly never expected that Chu Hen would actually be able to end the battle and take Lang Li's life in such a short period of time. After all, Chu Hen was merely a rash kid with ordinary strength all those years ago in the imperial capital of the Sacred Star Dynasty. Now, the other party had already left her far behind. Hong Lian was truly unable to react to this sudden change of events. Help me apologize to teacher for being unable to become a disciple of the Thousand Crane sect. I'll come visit her when I have the time in the future. Chu Hen passed the cloth bag in his hand to Hong Lian, and then he turned around and left. Wait a moment. Right at this moment, Elder Hua hurriedly stopped Lang Li, and he spoke in a solemn tone. As an elder of the sect, I overrule the punishment Ko Tianqin gave you. Your results during the recruitment test this year are still in effect. Swoosh! All of them were stunned, and a wave of light exclamations arose. Elder Hua actually took the risk of offending Ko Tianqin in order to keep Chu Hen? Of course, under such circumstances, any elder that was willing to consider for the sake of the Thousand Crane sect would choose to do the same. Who was Lang Li? There was no one present who didn't know. If Chu Hen had the ability to kill him, then his strength was already on par with a core disciple of the Thousand Crane sect. Most importantly, Chu Hen was only a newcomer. He was not even 20 years old yet. His potential was absolutely enormous. If they lost such a person, it would be an immeasurable loss. On the other hand, if he were to join another sect, then the Thousand Crane sect's gains wouldn't make up for the losses. However, Chu Hen didn't even turn around when Elder Hua urged him to stay, and he merely turned around slightly and said, Thank you for your good intentions, Elder Hua. I, Chu Hen, have always been accustomed to being idle. If it wasn't for Instructor Shi Lan's invitation, I wouldn't have intended to come to the Thousand Crane sect. I don't think the sect is suitable for me. I'll take my leave now. His tone was resolute. His attitude was resolute. Chu Hen had always been a person that could be persuaded by reason, but not cowed by force. If Elder Hua had stood up for him in a righteous manner when Ko Tianqin said that he intended to nullify his results, then perhaps Chu Hen would have stayed. However, Elder Hua had waited until she handed Lang Li's head over before he suddenly realized that Ko Tianqin's actions were inappropriate. Even though the weak were prey to the strong in this world, and only the strong were respected. However, it just so happened that Chu Hen refused it. It was the Thousand Crane sect that refused him today. Since he'd spoken, then he shouldn't regret it. After that, Chu Hen's gaze suddenly turned cold. He glanced at Ko Tianqin, who stood by Shi Wenxing's side, and then ghastly coldness surged out from within him. You can't do it more than 3 times. This is the 2nd time. If you offend me again, then I'll fucking kill you. You. His words were clear and forceful, and they were sharp like a sword. Especially the last few words. There was a dense coldness surging within the coldness. Everyone's expressions changed. Many of them were suppressed by the invisible domineering aura Chu Hen emanated. If it was at any other time, then Chu Hen would definitely be laughed at and rolled their eyes at Ko Tianqin, and it was even to the extent that he would be cursed and cursed with disdain. However, Hong Lian was still holding Lang Li's head in her hand. Everyone couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. How terrifying would it be if Chu Hen got angry? Ko Tianqin's face was extremely gloomy, and it was covered in a layer of frost. Humph. Could it be that you think you have the right to challenge me just because you defeated Lang Li? In terms of combat strength, Ko Tianqin was superior to Lang Li, so he wasn't frightened by Chu Hen's words. The corner of Chu Hen's lips curled into a cold and playful smile. He replied in a light tone, "You can try." After saying a few simple words, Chu Hen turned his head around. Then, under everyone's gazes that were filled with dense shock, he resolutely stepped into the air and left. Elder Hua raised his arm slightly and his throat trembled a few times. However, he did not try to persuade him to stay in the end. Chu Hen's attitude was very firm. Even if Shilan was here, she probably wouldn't be able to persuade him to turn back. But then again, Ko Tianqin's actions just now were a little overboard. He was the one who forced Chu Hen to leave. The entire place was silent. Everyone's emotions were indescribably complicated. This year's sect exam was full of surprises. Too many unexpected things had happened. As he watched Chu Hen's silhouette disappear into the horizon, Ko Tianqin's eyes became even sharper and colder. Murderous intent surged between his brows. Swoosh! At this moment, a few young men and women walked over from the direction of the 3rd assessment transfer station. Wow, everyone's here. A sweet voice that was as crisp as a silver bell sounded from afar. Everyone instinctively looked up and saw a man and 5 women. They were none other than Fu Qin, Jishu, Nongqi, Hua Shui, Lu Qi, and Qi Teng. The 6 of them had been working as a team since the first round of the exam. They overcame all the obstacles and made it to the last round of the exam. As they had to complete the missions one by one, it took them a lot of time to get here. But because Qin, Qi, Shu, and Hua each had different abilities and Lu Qi and Qi Teng had special bloodlines, the series of missions was not too difficult for their small team. They were all dressed neatly and did not look the least bit disheveled. Where's Yao Tian platform? Is this it? Hua Shui's eyes widened as she curiously scanned her surroundings. Looking at the people in front of her, many of them had injuries on their bodies. Hua Shui scratched her head and said, "Wow, the last round of assessment is so intense. Why are all of them so injured?" Fu Qin, Jishu, and Qi Teng were shocked as well. The news of the Shurasek's sneak attack had yet to reach the 3rd round transfer station. The new palace disciples who came later did not know what happened. It's too scary. Can I not participate in the ranking battle? Hua Shui casually said to a veteran palace disciple next to her. The veteran palace disciple was annoyed and amused at the same time. She was still asking such a question at a time like this. However, he sighed when he saw Hua Shui's innocent face. He then answered helplessly, "Those who are ranked below 60 will be sent back to the inner court, no way? Those who are ranked below 60 will be sent back?" Hua Shui pouted and looked at the jade tag in her hand. The words 101 were clearly engraved on it. Then Hua Shui's eyes brightened. She quickly asked, "I'm a high-level tattoo master in the field of alchemy. Can I get extra points?" Oh, as soon as these words came out, everyone cast astonished gazes over. Even the gloomy elder, Hua's, heart brightened. He walked over and said, "Little girl, you're an alchemy tattoo master?" "Yes." Hua Shui nodded obediently. Then she stretched out 10 fingers and bent her left thumb. "And a 9th rank 1." What? Everyone was shocked again. Elder Hua raised his eyebrows and joy appeared on his face. "Good, very good. I'll give you special permission to become a palace disciple of our sect." "Really?" Hua Shui's eyes brightened. "That's right. What about them?" Hua Shui quickly pointed at Fu Qin, Jishu, and the rest behind her and said, "Senior sister Jishu is also a 9th rank high-level tattoo master. She specializes in formations. There's also my senior sister Nongqi. Her perception is super strong. Senior sister Fu Qin has reached the peak of the 3rd rank of the void-piercing realm. Can they all get extra points?" Hua Shui directly told them all the secrets of the gang. Everyone was surprised and curious. Elder Hua was even more surprised. "You're all this year's newcomers?" "Yes." "Good, good, haha." Elder Hua said good twice in a row. Then he laughed heartily and said, "I'll give you special permission to not participate in the final round of assessment. You'll be promoted to palace disciples directly." "Wow, that's great." Hua Shui clapped her hands happily and said with a little narcissism, "As expected, I'm born cute and I'm useful. I'm so cute that I can even skip the assessment." Fu Qin, Jishu, Qiteng, and the rest were speechless. They were angry and amused at the same time. The surrounding disciples were also quite surprised by this. They wondered what year it was this year. So many new disciples actually broke into the palace disciple level. On the other side, Ko Tianqin and Sherwin Xing did not object either. With their eyesight, they could naturally see that these 6 people were extraordinary, especially Hua Shui and Ji Shu, 2 9th rank high level tattoo masters. They were enough to hold up the signboard of this year's new disciples. The 1,000 Crane sect had few tattoo masters to begin with. Now that there were 2 new tattoo masters with extraordinary potential, it was definitely a great help to the sect. Elder Hua's face revealed a joyful smile. Although Chu Hen had left, they had now recruited 6 new disciples with extraordinary potential and extremely high talent. This year's sect assessment was quite successful. However, at this moment, Hua Shui suddenly uttered a sentence out of the blue. Chapter 455. "That's right, Uncle Elder. Have you seen Chu Hen? Did he come here?" Hua Shui's sudden question caused Elder Hua's laughter to stop abruptly. At the same time, the hearts of the surrounding palace hall disciples were also shocked. Quite a few people also reacted one after another. It seemed that these few people had come together with Chu Hen. "What's wrong, Uncle Elder? Did Chu Hen not make it to the last round of the test?" Hua Shui continued when Elder Hua remained silent. Fu Qin, Qiteng, and Lu Qi, who stood behind her, revealed puzzled expressions. It really shouldn't have been possible for Chu Hen not to have made it here. Elder Hua frowned slightly, and he answered in a slightly strange tone, "Chu Hen has left." "Left? Where did he go? Did he return to the 1,000 Crane sect?" "No." Elder Hua's expression was quite unnatural. He pondered for a moment before he looked at Hua Shui and said, "During the last round of the test, Chu Hen acted on his own and made a mistake. He's been disqualified from the test. What? You drove Chu Hen away? Hua Shue's mouth opened slightly and she frowned. On the other hand, Fu Qin, Jishu, Nongqi, Qitang, and Lu Qi were surprised as well. This was absolutely something that they hadn't expected. Elder Hua was slightly embarrassed, and he could even sense the strange gazes from the others around him. How exactly did Chu Hen leave? Did the other party really commit a grave mistake? Everyone present was well aware that the reason why Elder Hua said this was to find an excuse to get out of this embarrassing situation. If he said that he drove Chu Hen away for no reason, then it would affect the 1,000 Crane sect's reputation. Moreover, it would easily cause these outstanding new disciples to feel a sense of rejection. So he could only say that it was Chu Hen who made a mistake. However, Hua Shui didn't seem to buy it, and she asked to the end, "Why exactly did you drive Chu Hen away?" "I already said that he acted on his own and didn't listen to orders. But isn't this a test? Is it wrong to act on his own? Why would he still need to listen to orders? Are you guys reasonable or not? You drove Chu Hen away for such a small matter?" Elder Hua's face was cold, not knowing how to answer. Ko Tianqin then walked forward and said proudly, "I was the one who nullified his results. Do you have any problem with that?" The few of them were slightly stunned. In front of a core disciple, he would still be suppressed by the formless aura of the other party. Hua Shui pursed her lips and glared at him with dissatisfaction. "Then why don't you tell me, why did you cancel his test results? Do I need to repeat it a third time?" Ko Tianqin replied coldly, "No need." Before Hua Shui could speak, Fu Qin, who was behind her, coldly rejected her. "Senior Sister Fu Qin, stop it." Zither Master looked up coldly, and her cold temperament showed that she was a leader. She said to the chess player beside her, "Try to sense where Chu Hen is." Nongqi nodded. She formed a seal with her hands and closed her beautiful eyes. A strange energy fluctuation spread out from her body, and wisps of faint golden light patterns attached to her body like thin gauze. Then the airflow in the space became turbulent, and a faint halo bloomed outside her body. Nongqi opened her beautiful eyes, opened her red lips slightly, and said with determination, "In the southwest." Everyone was shocked, and they couldn't help but reveal surprise and astonishment. Just as Hua Shui had said, the opponent's perception was indeed astonishing. Chu Hen had left towards the southwest direction just now. Then Zither Master raised her brows and said without hesitation, "Let's go." Yes, the few of them also flew up without hesitation and were about to leave. Wait. Elder Hua panicked when she saw this. She hurriedly stopped the four of them and tried to dissuade them. "Why do you have to do this? Stay in the 1,000 Crane sect, and we will do our best to nurture you. There's no need. We're only here for Chu Hen." As soon as she finished speaking, Zither, Jishu, and Nongqi left in the air. Hua Shui didn't forget to glare fiercely at Ko Tianqin as she turned around and cursed. "You big hammer! You're such a blind fellow. If you continue acting so aloof, the grass on your grave will grow a meter tall next year." "You." Ko Tianqin's face was livid. He was just about to flare up when Hua Shui made a face and flew away hastily. Qi Tang and Lu Qi looked at each other and nodded resolutely when they saw Qin, Qi, Shu, and Hua leave successively. "Everyone, I'm sorry. The 1,000 Crane sect is out of our league, and we'll be taking our leave now." Qi Tang and Lu Qi followed the footsteps of the four of them and left. In the blink of an eye, the six of them vanished into the horizon. Elder Hua felt like he'd gotten nothing in the end. They're gone. They're gone. He'd thought that these newcomers would be able to fill the gap left by Chu Hen, but he hadn't expected that they would leave so decisively and not even look back. Chu Hen, Qin, Qi, Shu Hua, Qi Tang, Lu Qi. The 7 people with the best results during the newcomer exam this year, and the 7 people with the most potential had left. Everyone here was unable to express their feelings. At this moment, Elder Hua was the most worried that they joined another sect or power. What would the consequences be if they joined a power that stood against the 1,000 Crane sect? When he thought up to here, Elder Hua couldn't help but look at Ko Tianqian. The latter's expression turned slightly cold, and he flicked his sleeve and walked away. Around half an hour later, the higher-ups of the 1,000 Crane sect, led by Duan Qingshan, arrived here to provide assistance. Duan Qingshan understood the entire situation as soon as he finished treating the injuries of the Hall disciples. At the same time, when he heard that the Azura sect's core disciple, Absolute Blade Langley, had been killed by Chu Hen, he was extremely shocked. However, at the same time, he felt that it was a pity that Chu Hen had to leave. Grand Elder Tianqian was just impulsive. "Please forgive me, Grand Elder." Sure, when Xing pleaded with Duan Qingshan in the southernmost pergola of the 3rd exam's transfer station. Ko Tianqian, who was standing to the side, seemed to be a little unconvinced. His face was cold, and he remained silent. Duan Qingshan placed his hands behind his back and stared fiercely at the 2 people in front of him. "Tianqian, you've always been the steadiest among the 5 core disciples. You've really disappointed me this time." Ko Tianqian still remained silent. He seemed to be willing to accept any punishment, but he definitely wouldn't admit his mistake. Duan Qingshan shook his head helplessly and said, "Both of you can return. Ask Yan Hanlu and Shangde to come here immediately." Yan Hanlu was the 7 absolute prodigies, formation absolute, and a core disciple of the 1,000 Crane sect. Shangde was one of the 5 core disciples. "Oh." Sherwin Xing was slightly puzzled and said, "Haven't we finished our work here? Why did you ask them to come here?" Without waiting for Duan Qingshan's reply, Ko Tianqian, who had been silent all this, said coldly, "The Azura sect's people have other motives for appearing here." Sherwin Xing was stunned. He had a surprised expression on his face. Grand Elder Duan Qingshan glanced at him and said indifferently, "Continue." Ko Tianqian raised his head slightly as a hint of brilliance flashed in his eyes. "If the Azura sect's main motive is to attack us, they wouldn't have brought so few people. To the Azura sect's people, this is definitely the best opportunity to attack us. As long as they kill all the Palace Hall's disciples, we'll definitely suffer a great loss. However, they didn't do that. It seems like they're only here to cause destruction and kill as many as they can. This is quite contradictory to the Azura sect's usual style of killing everyone." Ko Tianqian paused for a moment before he continued to say, "Therefore, there's a 90% chance that the Azura sect's people came to the Mang Mountain Forest with other motives. As for the sneak attack on us, there's an 80% to 90% chance that the Azura sect's people came to Mang Mountain Forest with other motives. This also means that after they attracted the beast horde, they did not continue to fight. This is because they need to preserve their strength to deal with other situations." After listening to Ko Tianqian's explanation, Grand Elder Duan Qingshan's face revealed a hint of admiration. When you're not acting on impulse, you're indeed smarter than most people. Duan Qingshan had always admired Ko Tianqian. The latter was not only talented and had a strong cultivation base, but most importantly, he was smart. This was why Duan Qingshan was at ease when Ko Tianqian and Sherwin Xing were in charge of the assessment. However, no matter how smart a person was, there would still be times when they were muddle-headed. Of course, the sudden appearance of the Azura sect's people was unexpected. The 2 of them could not be blamed for being ambushed by the enemy. The other party's mistake was that they had lured away Chu Hen, causing the quality of this year's newcomers to drop by an unknown amount. Ko Tianqian gritted his teeth and said, "Grand Elder, leave the task of investigating the Azura sect's motive to the 2 of us. There's no need for Yan Hanlu and Shangde to come." Sherwin Xing also spoke up. "That's right. Just treat it as a chance for us to make up for our mistakes. Duan Qingshan narrowed his eyes and asked in a low voice, "Can you guarantee that you won't make any more mistakes?" "Absolutely not." Sure, Wen Xing said. Ko Tianqin nodded slightly. "I'll make sure you're satisfied." After a brief moment of consideration, Duan Qingshan finally nodded. "Forget it, there's no time to lose. Bring 10 Hull disciples with you and enter the Mang Mountain Forest to investigate. Remember, report to me immediately if there's any movement." "I understand." "I believe I don't need to remind you what you need to pay attention to when dealing with the Azura sect. Also, if you encounter Chu Hen and the others along the way, try to salvage the situation as much as possible." Sure, Wen Xing nodded in agreement. Chapter 456. The boundless Mount Mang forest was like a dark green sea of trees when looked down from the sky. The undulating peaks and ridges were like the waves of the bluish-green waves. Moreover, the numerous demon beasts hidden in the mountain range were like all sorts of strange sea creatures. Their spirits were beautiful, grotesque rocks were rugged, clouds and mist lingered around them, and everything was natural, fully displaying the exquisite craftsmanship of the Creator. "Nong Chi, have you found Chu Hen?" Ji Shu asked gently. Nong Chi frowned slightly, and there was a helpless expression on her pretty face. "Chu Hen is moving too quickly. He's almost out of my range of perception. I can only roughly determine his direction, but I can't determine his exact location." Everyone frowned slightly, and they couldn't help but complain about Ko Tianqin's actions. They thought they could rest peacefully in the Thousand Cranes sect for a while, but they didn't expect that they would have to run around again so soon. Hua Shui pouted and complained, "Really, if Chu Hen had returned to Mount Kunliu with us earlier, then there wouldn't be so much trouble." "You're still talking. You insisted on standing on Chu Hen's side earlier." Ji Shu replied. Hua Shui pursed her lips and feigned ignorance. Did I? Of course you did. You're always so playful." The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener did. From their conversation, Qi Tang and Lu Qi could roughly tell that they wanted to take Chu Hen to another place. But because of Chu Hen's refusal, they could only follow them helplessly. Even though they were puzzled, it wasn't appropriate for them to ask questions under such circumstances. "We've lost the target." Suddenly, Nong Chi's deep voice caused everyone's hearts to clench involuntarily. Fu Qin frowned slightly and asked coldly, "What's going on?" "The energy fluctuations in the area ahead are too chaotic. It's affecting my perception." "The energy fluctuations are too chaotic?" Everyone's eyes were filled with astonishment. Qi Tang's eyes narrowed slightly as he replied in a deep voice, "Miss Fu Qin, ahead of us is the inner region of the Mang Mountain Forest. Demonic beasts run rampant, and there are many dangerous places. The degree of danger here is even greater than the 10,000 Beast Ridge. We should be careful." In the 100 Kingdoms province, the Mang Mountain Forest was definitely one of the top death zones. The 10,000 Beast Ridge was famous because it was rumored to be a 1,000-year demon sealing ground. However, the Mang Mountain jungle was truly dangerous. The number of demonic beasts living here was much more than the number in the 10,000 Beasts Ridge. There were even rumors that a terrifying existence at the level of a Beast King had appeared in the towering Mang Mountain. A Beast Emperor was above a Beast King. It was definitely the most powerful existence in the 100 Nations Prefecture, and no one in the world dared to set foot here. "Sirs," he turned around to gaze at Qi Tang and Lu Qi, and he said, "I'm very sorry for making you leave the 1,000 Crane sect. I hope that the two of you will stop here, and we will go look for Chu Hen." Although Fu Qin's personality was rather cold, he was definitely a person who could clearly distinguish between gratitude and grudges. The matter of looking for Chu Hen did not have much to do with Qi Tang and Lu Qi. Coupled with the fact that the path ahead was filled with danger, the four of them would definitely feel bad if something happened to them. Qi Tang smiled and said with a serious expression, "Miss Fu Qin, you're being too polite." Since we voluntarily left the Thousand Crane sect, we naturally won't regret it. Chu Hen is also a friend of mine and Lu Qi's. Our first priority is to find him, and we'll talk about other things in the future. That's right. Lu Qi chimed in. We won't leave. Moreover, one more person means more strength. I believe the two of us will be able to help. Yes, yes, yes. Hua Shui hurriedly nodded and said pitifully, I don't want to be separated from Lu Qi so soon as well. Lu Qi smiled faintly. Her innocent and harmless face and Hua Shui's pure and cute face could be called a pair of cute sisters. Fu Qin pondered for a moment before she nodded in the end. Since the two of them had already spoken to this extent, it would seem a little unreasonable if he were to reject them again. Nong Qi, where did Chu Hen's aura disappear last? Fu Qin turned around and asked, Over there. Nong Qi pointed in a rough direction. Everyone looked up and saw the distant sky was gray, as if it was shrouded in a fog that would not disperse for 1,000 years. Mountains rose and fell, and the depths of the Mang Mountain forest gave off a gloomy feeling that even the sun could not shine. The ancient area emitted an innate, mysterious aura. At this moment, Chu Hen was wandering aimlessly in the depths of the Mang Mountain forest. Because he was not familiar with the terrain, Chu Hen finally understood how terrifying this death zone was. Not only did he encounter attacks from various demonic beasts along the way, but for such a long time he always felt like he was walking in a maze. He flew over one mountain range after another, crossed over one river after another, and from beginning to end, it was as if he was going in circles in the same place. The sky was getting darker, and it was almost evening. Chu Hen thought to himself that he had to find a place to rest first. However, at this moment, Chu Hen's eyes lit up. He suddenly found a faint red light floating and flickering in the sky. Looking over, the red light actually originated from a deep and gloomy mountain valley. What a frightening, evil aura! Chu Hen frowned slightly, and his eyes revealed a hint of caution. Even though it was several miles away, he could still vaguely feel the evil aura that originated from the valley. Needless to say, it was probably a place of great danger. To go or not to go? After a brief hesitation, Chu Hen's eyes flashed with determination. He immediately moved and directly flew up, sweeping toward the area where the red light flashed. The closer he got, the more powerful the evil aura became. The surrounding area was dead silent, and there was not even a small beast or poisonous insect in the lush forest. Chu Hen cautiously approached, and a hint of wariness appeared between his brows. When Chu Hen reached the peak of a mountain at the edge of the valley, he suddenly felt a bone-chilling, cold wave wash over him. The icy aura directly penetrated Chu Hen's skin, penetrating straight into his bones like an icicle. Chu Hen's expression changed slightly. The Yuan Dan in his body revolved, and the true Yuan flowed through his major meridians. The warm energy flowed like a spring, expelling the cold in his body. Soon after, his gaze shifted to the valley below. In the deep and vast valley, the first thing that came into view was the scattered corpses of demonic beasts. Chu Hen's pupils shrank slightly, and his face revealed some shock. Sweeping his gaze across, the corpses of the demonic beasts lying on the ground had basically all reached the level of Beast King, and there were even a few high-level Beast Kings that were above level 6. Reticulated saber-toothed lion, 9-clawed mountain-splitting eagle, ghost-faced hoe. Chu Hen was even more shocked. These 3 were all level 7 Beast Kings. How could so many powerful and terrifying demonic beasts have died here? With deep shock and bewilderment, Chu Hen's gaze continued to probe ahead. Soon after, a strange pool of blood appeared in his line of sight. The pool of blood was located in the center of the valley, and also in the center of the many demonic beasts' corpses. The blood pool was constructed in the shape of a 6-pointed star, and it was about 30 meters wide from the front to the back. The surrounding bricks and stone floor were flashing with strange runes and secret scrolls. The ancient blood-colored characters were extremely strange. Soon after, Chu Hen discovered that there was actually a person standing next to the pool of blood. It was a person with messy hair and a sloppy appearance. He looked like a beggar, but his entire body was emitting an evil and murderous aura. What was even more surprising was that the person was holding 3 thick black chains in his hands. The other end of the chains was immersed in the pool of blood. If one were to look closely, one would discover that there were 3 armored evil beings in the pool of blood that the chains were immersed in. These 3 evil beings were all humans, and their necks were immersed in the pool of blood. Only their heads were left outside. Their expressions were wooden, and their eyes were wide open like wooden puppets, without any luster. It's him? Chu Hen's heart skipped a beat, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. That person was none other than the Avenger known as the Devil Dweller, Tuoba Shah. Previously, when he was in Song City, he had met him for the first time. Then, at the 10,000 Beast Ridge, Chu Hen had witnessed Tuoba Shah fighting a group of black-clothed men. Later on, Chu Hen had even saved Tuoba Shah once. Before Tuoba Shah left, he gave Chu Hen a keepsake and said that he could do one thing for Chu Hen or kill a person. He did not expect to meet Tuoba Shah here. Chu Hen was secretly surprised. However, Chu Hen did not have any intention of showing himself. He was still observing from where he was. The 3 evil beings immersed in the pool of blood were the enemies who killed Tuoba Shah's youngest daughter. The enemy used a terrifying evil art to refine them into powerful weapons. Thus, the 3 of them had to suffer the pain of being enslaved forever. At this moment, what was Tuoba Shah's goal? Time passed by minute, and in the blink of an eye it was already late at night. The demonic beasts became more active at night, and the roars of unknown beasts came from deep within the mountains. This valley was still especially quiet, and the atmosphere was strange and chilly. Gurgle, gurgle! The blood pool in the shape of a hexagram kept bubbling, and a dense red mist of blood rose. But at this moment, Tuoba Shah's eyes under his scattered hair suddenly froze, and his hands began to form all kinds of complicated hand seals. As the hand seals continued to change, the blood pool exploded with even more powerful energy waves. Buzz, buzz, with the blood pool as the center, lines of strange, crisscrossing runes quickly extended in all directions. In just a blink of an eye, the entire blood pool seemed to have been spread out like a blood net. The mysterious runes were like the ancient characters, very strange. In an instant, the blood in the pool began to boil. Especially the surging energy quickly rushed toward the center, and the dull eyes of the 3 evil beings suddenly shone with a scarlet light. Chapter 457. Shrill howls, like those of a devil, suddenly reverberated from the mouths of the 3 evil beings. The ear-piercing howls were abnormally frightening in the valley, like the cries of 100 ghosts. It made people's scalps go numb and chills run down their spines. Goosebumps rose all over their bodies. Tuoba Shah, who was at the edge of the blood pool, continuously formed all kinds of strange hand seals. The blood-colored runes around the blood pool spread out like a blood net, flashing with strange patterns of light. The blood pool's water boiled as if it was boiling, and the surging energy surged towards the 3 evil creatures. A dense evil aura was constantly being released, and the 3 evil creatures' pupils were surging with a scarlet light. At the same time, strange dark red blood patterns appeared on their faces, a dense blood mist, and a strange blood glow. It made this valley seem abnormally evil, especially with the corpses of the demonic beasts lying on the ground. This scene could not help but make people think of the horrifying scenes of Azura Hell. Chu Hen stood where he was, secretly observing the scene in front of him, feeling the evil aura of the 3 evil beings getting stronger and stronger. Chu Hen wondered if Tuoba Shah was refining them right now. Time continued to pass quietly. The valley, which should have been pitch black, was now filled with the red glow of the blood pool. Almost the entire valley was covered in a bloody shadow. After an unknown amount of time, the three evil beings finally stopped their mournful howls. The boiling blood pool also gradually calmed down, and the strange patterns of light around the blood pool quickly disappeared, like a sponge absorbing water. Swoosh! Tuoba Shah shook the iron chain in his hand. Boom! A red rain of light exploded in the blood pool, and the three legless evil beings instantly flew out of the pool and landed on the shore. The bodies of these three legless evil creatures were emitting a demonic red glow, and a thick evil aura lingered around their bodies, as if a bloody mist was churning. Immediately after, the evil aura also retracted. The three evil beings once again became as stiff and lifeless as puppets, but the difference was that their pupils were still blood red, and it sent chills down people's spines. Come out, Tuoba Shah said in a low but powerful voice. Swoosh! In the next instant, Chu Hen flew down in a flash and landed beside the pool of blood. Senior Tuoba. Chu Hen cupped his fist slightly. His attitude was amiable, neither servile nor overbearing. Why are you here? Tuoba Shah asked casually. I happened to pass by. Tuoba Shah did not doubt him and continued. Have you thought about what you want me to do? Or do you want me to kill someone for you? Chu Hen was startled at first, and then he shook his head and said with a smile, Senior, there's no need to worry about this. It was just a slight effort on my part, and I've never thought of asking for any repayment from Senior. From the beginning to the end, Chu Hen's eyes were calm, and he didn't avoid them at all. Tuoba Shah's gaze softened a little as he said, It's easy to form a grudge, but it's hard to repay a favor. I, Tuoba Shah, don't know when my corpse will be exposed in the wilderness. I don't want to owe someone a favor after I die. Chu Hen secretly sighed, and a complicated look appeared on his face. Then he changed the topic and said, By the way, why are you here, Senior? To refine a blood vessel. Tuoba Shah answered the other party's question quite straightforwardly. Chu Hen's eyelids twitched. It was just as he thought. At the same time, Chu Hen sighed in admiration. The blood artifact was most likely refined by the blood essence of all the demonic beasts in the entire valley and gathered it in the pool of blood. Then he used a powerful secret technique to refine and cultivate it. Such extravagance could not be said to be small. Do you have a weapon that you need to refine? Tuoba Shah suddenly asked. What? Chu Hen couldn't react for a moment. Tuoba Shah pointed at the scarlet blood pool and said, There's still half of the essence blood in this blood pool that can still be used. I can help you refine it. Oh? Chu Hen's eyes lit up, and he revealed a look of surprise. Won't it take up Senior's time? It's fine. Tuoba Shah waved his hand and said, This pool of essence blood is a waste. Rather than letting it evaporate, it's better for you to use it. Tuoba Shah didn't think about killing so many beasts before. As long as he collected enough fierce energy to refine it, it would be fine. However, there were too many beasts in Mount Mang. Every time he killed a beast, the thick smell of blood would attract other beasts. After a while, Tuoba Shah could only kill all the beast kings within a radius of 200 to 300 miles and use them to refine a blood vessel. With so much essence blood, only about half of it was left. He didn't expect Chu Hen to appear here at this time. This could be considered fate. If that's the case, then I thank Senior for your kindness. Chu Hen didn't refuse. He moved his palm and took out the limitless Fong first. Thank you, Senior. Tuoba Shah glanced at the limitless Fong and replied, This saber's level isn't high enough. I can refine other weapons. Not high enough? The corner of Chu Hen's eye twitched. What a guy. The limitless Fong, ranked 19th on the spiritual weapon list, actually said its level wasn't high enough. Chu Hen subconsciously glanced at the blood weapon refined by the three-headed, legless, evil creature. Just what level had this strange weapon refined from the body of a human reached? However, it was worth confirming that this blood vessel was on a different level from the limitless Fong in terms of aura alone. Coupled with Tuoba Shah's super strength, this item was most likely a holy weapon. Even if it wasn't, it wouldn't be too far off. Then, Chu Hen took out two more spiritual weapons. One was the Demon Punisher Spear, and the other was the spoils of war from Langley, the blood-colored scimitar. Will these three spiritual weapons do? Chu Hen asked. Tuoba Shah raised his eyebrows and went into deep thought. After thinking for a while, he said coldly, "Which two do you usually use?" Chu Hen froze again. He pointed at the Demon Punisher Spear and the Limitless Fong and said, "These two!" "Then I'll take them. As for the scimitar, you won't feel bad if I destroy it, right?" "Destroy it?" Chu Hen was even more surprised. He asked in confusion why. "Use the weapon to sacrifice the weapon. Use the spirit to sacrifice the spirit." Tuoba Shah's throat moved slightly as he spat out a few words. Chu Hen nodded and looked at him. He blurted out, "The sacrificial technique that uses the spirit of the weapon as a guide to sharpen the blade?" Tuoba Shah was slightly surprised. "You know about it?" Chu Hen smiled and shook his head. "No, I've only heard of it." "Then there's no need for me to explain it to you in detail. To put it simply, use this scimitar as a sacrifice, then use the essence blood of the beast kings in this pool to nourish and refine it. This will completely release the power of your two spiritual weapons," Tuoba Shah roughly explained. Chu Hen nodded without hesitation. "Then let's do as you say, Senior." Without any hesitation, Tuoba Shah separated a bit of true yuan from his body and lifted the three spiritual weapons in Chu Hen's hands. Swoosh! Then the three weapons flew towards the center of the blood pool. Buzz, buzz! The three weapons floated above the blood pool. The Demon Punisher Spear was on the left, the Limitless Fawn was on the right, and the blood-colored scimitar was in the center. As if sensing the power of the three weapons, the blood pool that had yet to completely calm down began to become restless again. Bubbles kept coming out, and the dense blood energy rose like a fog. Tuoba Shah's eyes turned cold. He raised his hand and formed a few seals. In an instant, strange runes began to flicker around the pool of blood. Buzz, buzz, strands of red light surged out of the blood pool like vines and wrapped around the three weapons like silk. The three spiritual weapons began to emit a faint blood light, especially the scimitar in the middle. It was so bright that it looked like it was dripping blood. Zang! Suddenly, there was a loud metallic sound in the air. The scimitar in the middle suddenly shook violently, as if it was struggling to break free. The restless energy fluctuation was very extreme. Rumble. However, at this moment, a blood-colored water curtain suddenly rose from the blood pool below. The blood-colored water curtain directly wrapped around the scimitar. This scene was like a weak lamb being swallowed by a giant beast from hell. The scimitar, which was being swallowed by the blood water, continued to shake violently. Strange light patterns continuously shot out from within. Immediately after, Tuoba Shah formed a series of seals. Together with a strange and powerful force, the blood water that wrapped around the scimitar dragged it back into the blood pool. Buzz, buzz! In the next moment, a powerful red halo spread out from the center of the pool, sweeping in all directions. A bone-chilling cold current surged and rose between the heavens and the earth. Under Chu Hen's astonished gaze, the curved blade was like a piece of iron that had fallen into magma, melting at an extremely fast speed. Along with the destruction of the scimitar, the huge energy contained in the blood pool became even more shocking. In an instant, a blood net spread out in all directions with the blood pool as the center. The mysterious runes and light patterns passed by Chu Hen and Tuoba Shah's feet like cracks on the ground. In the blink of an eye, they covered an area of nearly 100 meters. The blood pool boiled. Following that, countless blood-colored light beams rose up, turning into twisting cyclones that wrapped around the Demon Punisher spear and the limitless Fong. Once they came into contact with the foreign energy, the two spiritual weapons did not reject it at all. Instead, they seemed to be especially happy. They were like two sponges that absorbed the powerful energy in the blood pool. Chu Hen watched quietly from the side, still amazed in his heart. Chapter 458. In the deep and quiet valley, a thick, blood-colored light shot into the sky. Corpses of demonic beasts surrounded the blood pool in the center. Above and below the blood pool, a strange, blood-colored net of light spread out, like ancient characters beside the blood pool. Tuoba Shah deduced a mysterious hand-seal technique from time to time. Chu Hen stood beside Tuoba Shah and was secretly surprised. He wondered just who this Tuoba Shah was. Not only was his cultivation so high, but he also had such a profound, sacrificial, refining technique. Buzz, the blood pool's water was boiling like boiling water. Endless light patterns rose from the pool, intertwining on the spear and the limitless tooth, like blood-colored vines, then surging into the weapons. The energy ripples from the two spiritual weapons became stronger and stronger. Chu Hen could clearly feel the energy within them growing rapidly. At this moment, Chu Hen was even more excited. How high would the grade of these two spiritual weapons rise after the sacrificial refining? A night flew by. Early in the morning, a white mist rose in the quiet valley. Morning dew fell on the clothes, and the air was slightly cold. Boom! Suddenly, there was a violent tremor in the air, and a powerful force swept out in all directions. A surging force that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas burst out from the two weapons above the blood pool. In an instant, the blood pool surged like waves, and a red rain flew everywhere. Streaks of bright light shot into the sky, and the tsunami-like energy quickly surged into the Demon Punisher spear and the limitless tooth. Chu Hen's eyes lit up, and his face revealed a look of surprise. Tuoba Shah shot out a few light patterns in an orderly manner and yelled with a deep voice, "Collect!" Buzz, the blood-colored whirlpool around the two spiritual weapons, quickly retracted into the weapons, and the chaotic air flow gradually calmed down. The mysterious talismans around the blood pool once again passed under the two's feet, retracting at a speed visible to the naked eye. The sacrificial refining is over. As Tuoba Shah's voice fell, the many blood runes that were leaking out immediately disappeared and hid between the heavens and earth. Then, Chu Hen moved his palm, and a suction force was released. Swish! The Demon Punisher spear and limitless Fong left behind a series of afterimages in the air before landing steadily in Chu Hen's hands. As soon as the spirit tool entered his hand, a chilling sensation spread from his palm. Chu Hen looked at these two weapons in amazement. The Demon Punisher spear was surrounded by circles of red light patterns, like a strange scarlet flame rising up, biting cold and domineering. The black war blade, limitless Fong, was also swallowing and spitting out a red brilliance that fluctuated between thick and faint. It was so sharp that it could pierce one's heart. If one were to observe carefully, one would notice that there was a faint, gray glow that was as thin as gossamer threads intertwined within the red glow. Chu Hen was both surprised and delighted. He casually thrust out the Demon Punisher spear in his hand. Buzz! The piercingly cold, domineering aura caused the space to tremble. A red light rose from the body of the spear, and a new and fierce aura was released. Chu Hen's complexion changed slightly. Following that, a mass of black, quintessential essence surged out of his body, immediately suppressing the blood aura emitted by the Demon Punisher spear. On the side, a hint of surprise flashed through Tuoba Shah's eyes. I was just worried that you wouldn't be able to adapt to the newly merged violent aura. Looks like I was worrying too much. It's all right. I'm still a little rusty at the moment. I should be able to return to normal in a few days, Chu Hen replied. Tuoba Shah nodded slightly and said, After all, this sacrificial art uses the essence blood of many beast kings as the main source of energy for forging. Therefore, these two spirit tools of yours have a bit more of the vicious aura of demonic beasts than before. For ordinary people, if they can't suppress this vicious aura, they will instead suffer the backlash of the spirit tool's power. Chu Hen nodded, indicating that he understood. This wasn't a big problem for him. The chaotic body, the sacred demonic pupil body, any bloodline boundary was enough to suppress the vicious aura of demonic beasts. The more he looked at the two spirit tools in his hands, the more satisfied Chu Hen became, especially the limitless Fang, which had turned from black to dark red. The sharp blade flashed with a cold light that made people's hearts palpitate. This kind of sharpness had never been seen before. I believe that the limitless Fang can be ranked in the top 10 of the spirit tool ranking. Chu Hen muttered to himself. Not just top 10. Tuoba Shah said lightly, this spear can be ranked in the top 10. As for this blade, it can be ranked in the top 5 without a problem. Top 5? Chu Hen's heart lit up, and his eyes flashed with surprise. However, he quickly calmed down. One should know that this sacrificial refining technique not only gathered the blood essence of many beast kings, but it also used a powerful curved saber spirit weapon as an offering. Then it was personally refined by a powerhouse with a profound cultivation base like Tuoba Shah. With the combination of many factors and conditions, it was not impossible for the Sun Luofang's strength to be on par with the top 5 spirit weapons on the spirit weapon ranking. Then he looked at the pool of blood. At this moment, he could not feel any ripples of power at all. The dark red blood looked like a pool of stagnant water. Apart from being shocked, Chu Hen was filled with gratitude. Thank you for your help, Senior. No problem. Tuoba Shah raised his hand slightly, his voice still low and indifferent. Since the sacrificial art is over, I will leave first. May I know where Senior is going? Do you need me to accompany you? Although Tuoba Shah still owed him a favor, Tuoba Shah had upgraded 2 of his weapons to such a high level, so he should at least thank him before leaving. However, Tuoba Shah did not buy Chu Hen's kindness. The aura he emitted was still cold. He grabbed the 3 chains at the side, and the chains collided with each other, making a heavy sound. I have always been a loner. Also, if you need me to do something for you, tell me as soon as possible. I, Tuoba Shah, have never owed anyone a favor. Chu Hen still wanted to say something, but Tuoba Shah had already ordered the 3 evil beings to turn around and leave. The 3 legless, evil creatures moved forward on their knees. The sound of the heavy chains was very clear. Tuoba Shah seemed to be walking slowly, but in the blink of an eye, he was already hundreds of meters away. From beginning to end, he did not look back. His cold back was lonely and desolate. Looking at the others gradually fading back, Chu Hen sighed deeply. In Tuoba Shah's heart, there seemed to be only hatred, and only hatred supported him all the way. Even though he was refining the weapons with the essence blood of the Beast Kings, it was also because he needed power for revenge. Chapter 459. The valley was quiet and cold in the early morning. As he watched Tuoba Shah's figure disappear into the morning mist and the clanking sounds of the chains getting further and further away, Chu Hen's heart was filled with gratitude. But at the same time, there was a faint heaviness in his heart. However, this heaviness was quickly replaced with joy by the substantial increase in the power of the 2 spiritual artifacts. However, at this moment, a strange energy wave suddenly surged out from within Chu Hen's body. Chu Hen frowned slightly. His divine sense intersected with the energy aura, and he said, unhappily, what's wrong with you now? Humph. The sacred wing, heavenly flame, bird's frivolous laughter rang out. Damn brat, do you want your demon pupils to break through to 4 stars? Chu Hen's eyes lit up. He raised his eyebrows and said, what's wrong with you? Or are you trying to play some trick again? Just tell me if you want it or not. Isn't that obvious? I sensed a mottled, chaotic energy in the northwest direction. One of them is an energy source that you and I can use. Chu Hen sneered disdainfully. Are you sure you're not messing with me? It's up to you whether you believe it or not. Once you pass this village, you won't be able to find it again. The demonic energy contained in that energy source doesn't seem weak. It's enough for you to break through to 4 stars, the sacred wing heavenly flamebird said. Chu Hen rubbed his nose. After a brief moment of thought, he smiled indifferently and said, I can't be bothered with you. You, however, immediately after, Chu Hen once again abruptly followed up with a question. Where is the specific location? Humph, you bastard brat. After that, Chu Hen left the valley. However, what surprised him was that the entire Mang mountain forest was shrouded in a white mist. As far as the eye could see, everything was dark and gloomy, covering the sky and the earth. Not even a ray of sunlight could penetrate through. Where was north, south, east, west? Chu Hen was a little stunned. The scene in front of him was even more illusory than an illusion. Fine dust and mist floated in the air, and his vision was limited to 100 meters. The undulating mountain range was faintly discernible in the fog, like a ferocious dragon crawling on the ground, giving people a feeling that it was difficult to move an inch. Which way is the northwest? Chu Hen asked. Look for it yourself. The sacred wing, heavenly flame, Sparrow replied lazily. The corner of Chu Hen's I twitched involuntarily. Look for your aunt. You can't even see the sun. Who knows how to get to the northwest? Idiot. Are you going to tell me or not? Beg me. If you beg me, I'll tell you. I beg you. Your ancestral grave has been dug up. For the next 4 hours, Chu Hen walked around aimlessly. In the end, the sacred-winged heavenly flame sparrow couldn't stand it anymore and told him where the northwest was. As Chu Hen went deeper into the Mang mountain forest, the fog became thicker. The higher the altitude, the whiter it was, as if it was surrounded by clouds. Towards this famous forbidden area of death, no matter how strong a person's cultivation was, they should still have a bit of reverence in their heart. Chu Hen naturally understood this principle as well. He landed in the forest below in a flash and stepped on the branches of the trees to move forward on foot. The dense fog enveloped the lush forest, giving people a dreamlike feeling. From time to time, 1 or 2 powerful demonic beasts would rush out from the sides of the forest, or a few small beasts that had lost their way and knocked their heads. Not only did the fog obstruct Chu Hen's vision, but it also greatly limited his perception. Under this kind of situation, Chu Hen's forward speed was a lot slower than normal. At this moment, on the other side of the forest, bang, with a dull sound, a demonic beast that looked like a wild boar and was covered in spiky scales was sent flying by a broadsword that spat out golden light. That demonic beast emitted a miserable shriek in midair. The scales on its body were shattered and its bones were completely shattered. Immediately, it heavily smashed onto the ground and no longer moved. Damn, these blind beasts! The owner of the broadsword was a tall young man. He cursed coldly, then turned back to look at the area behind him. Why don't any of you come and help me? Over there, a dozen young men and women were sitting together and chatting. One of them, a fair-skinned young woman, laughed lightly and said, Yi Tai, you're suited for this kind of thing. You're simple-minded, but your limbs are well-developed. Ha-ha! The crowd roared with laughter. Humph! The man called Yi Tai snorted coldly and replied with some dissatisfaction. You speak as if you're very great. Do you dare to fight with me? 30 moves at most. I won't even have time to make you cry. TCH, what's the use of a man like you competing with a weak woman like me? Do you have the ability to compete with Senior Brother Tsang? You'll kneel in less than 3 moves, right? Big Brother Tsang. The woman blinked her eyes and turned to look at a young man on her left. This young man had a heroic aura. His shoulders were broad, and he was handsome. The corner of his mouth was slightly raised, and there was a faint, cynical smile on it. I only know Big Brother Song is long and Big Brother Song is short. My mind is filled with Big Brother Song. Yi Tai muttered softly as he walked to the side of the crowd and sat down. That's right. The woman shook her head proudly and continued to attack him. If you're so capable, change the name of Tsangyuan Jia from the 7 absolutes to your name, Yi Tai. Then I'll worship you. Little one, don't make things difficult for Yi Tai. When he becomes one of the 7 absolutes, there'll be no hope for him in this lifetime. Ha! The crowd roared with laughter again. However, there was a young figure standing on the trunk of a towering tree 7 to 8 meters behind the crowd. It was a stark contrast to the cheerful atmosphere here. It was a beautiful woman with an otherworldly temperament and a beautiful face. She was like a fairy. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she was a peerless beauty that could cause the downfall of a city or nation. Her snow-white skin seemed to be so delicate that it could be broken by the slightest breeze. Her soft and beautiful long hair scattered over her shoulders. She leaned against the tree trunk and sat diagonally on the tree trunk. Her pair of clear eyes were suffused with shallow ripples as she quietly looked at the hazy forest fog like a sea of smoke, as if she was thinking about something. Under the lingering mist, her moving side profile was very beautiful. That's right, Big Brother Tsang. Is the news about the 4 great incantations reliable? Right at this moment, Yi Tai suddenly asked. The rest of the crowd was stunned as they looked at Song, Yuan, Zhe one after another. Of course. Song Yuan just smiled faintly and nodded slightly. Before we came here, we've already investigated very clearly. The last place Shifeng Zi disappeared was in this Mount Mang forest. Shifeng Zi! The moment they heard these 3 words, a hint of reverence could be seen on everyone's faces. It was a reverence that came from their bones. Yi Tai shook his head and said in a low voice, It's been more than 10 years. The one and only Earth rank inscription master in the 100-nation state. Back then he could make the ground shake with just a stomp of his foot. I didn't expect he would disappear for more than 10 years. The lady called Little One continued to ask, Big Brother Tsang, why did Shifeng Zi disappear? Tsang Yuanjia narrowed his eyes as he gulped and said in a deep voice, The backlash of the talisman energy. The crowd was shocked again. An Earth rank inscription master would actually suffer from the backlash of the talisman energy? Of course, an Earth rank inscription master would also make mistakes. Shifeng Zi was originally a genius. He often researched new talisman techniques. It's normal for a problem to occur during the research and cause the backlash of the talisman energy. The few of them nodded in realization. As for Shifeng Zi, they had heard a lot about him. More than 10 years ago, he was the #1 inscription master in the 100-nation state. He was also the only Earth rank inscription master. His most unique ability was that he liked to research and develop some novel rune techniques or the power of curse seals. Especially the 4 great incantations that he researched, it caused a huge uproar at that time. The 4 great incantations were the Heavenly Spirit incantation, the Berserk incantation, the Transformation incantation, and the Clone incantation. When the 4 great incantations were researched by Shifeng Zi, not only did the powerhouses from the 100-nation state come to ask for it, but there were also countless people from the other provinces in the eastern continent who came to seek it. However, Shifeng Zi had a strange temper. He would only inscribe incantations for people he liked. And who was the so-called pleasing to the eye? It all depended on his mood. If he was happy, even a nobody could obtain the power of his incantation. If he was unhappy, even the Emperor of Heaven could only shut the door in his face. It was also because of his stubborn temper that Shifeng Zi offended many people at that time. Among them, there was no lack of influential figures from sections. Later on, the news of Shifeng Zi suffering from the backlash of the talisman technique was leaked. Suddenly, a storm was brewing, the mountains were about to collapse, and the city was about to be destroyed. Shifeng Zi was at the heart of the storm, and people came to seek revenge from him. Of course, There were even more people who wanted to pry into the 4 great incantation techniques and other talisman techniques that he researched. Earth rank inscription master. The only Earth rank inscription master in the 100-nation state. Unexpectedly, Shifeng Zi disappeared from everyone's sight as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth. He disappeared for more than 10 years. However, there was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. After more than 10 years, news was leaked that the last place Shifeng Zi disappeared was in the Mang Mountain forest. So many years have passed, and we don't even know if Shifeng Zi is dead or alive. If he's not dead, we'll be in trouble. What's there to be afraid of? Chapter 460. He hasn't appeared for more than 10 years. He must be dead. Even if he's still alive, he's just struggling at death's door. I really hope we can find the power of those incantation seals. If we can obtain the power of those 4 incantation seals, then this trip will be worthwhile, Yitai chuckled. TSK. The young woman named Little rolled her eyes at him and said, "You're thinking too much. We still haven't confirmed whether Shifeng Zi is in the Mang Mountain jungle or not, let alone finding the incantation seals that have disappeared for more than 10 years. Little Win is right. Otherwise, the family wouldn't have sent us here to investigate first," another man who was more intelligent said. "Let's find out as soon as possible before this news spreads to the outside world, so that we can inform Moonlit City to prepare for the next step of the plan. I don't know which other forces got the news besides our Moonstripe City. If there are more people, it'll be more lively." As the crowd conversed in a low voice, the fog in the jungle became thicker. Not far away, the beautiful woman who was sitting on the trunk of a giant tree was still as quiet as a pool of autumn water. Her soft and beautiful eyes were quietly looking in one direction. She was not affected by the others at all. It's about time to rest. At this moment, Tsang Yuanjia clapped his hands lightly and stood up. He told the crowd, "This is the inner area of the Mang Mountain jungle. Be careful." The crowd stood up one after another. Each of them had a cautious expression on their faces. Although these people were outstanding geniuses in the outside world, the so-called land of death in the Mang Mountain jungle was not an undeserved reputation. On top of that, the strange fog was really strange, causing everyone to be even more cautious in their hearts. "Meng Shang, it's time to go." Tsang Yuanjia turned to look at the elegant and refined figure. The others also turned to look at her as well. The other party nodded calmly. His figure flashed, and he landed lightly on the ground like a butterfly. Tsang Yuanjia smiled and walked over to ask, "What's wrong? You seem to have a lot on your mind recently." "It's none of your business," she replied indifferently. Haha, how could it not be my business? Big Brother has repeatedly instructed me to ensure your safety. If it wasn't for the fact that Big Brother had something to do at the last minute and couldn't leave, he would have accompanied you here. Tsang Yuanjia's voice paused and didn't continue, because he realized that the other party wasn't listening to him at all. She pursed her red lips slightly, and her beautiful eyes subconsciously looked in another direction. The deep forest that was shrouded in mist revealed a hazy mystery. Then she raised her eyebrows, and her beautiful eyes suddenly shone with a faint light. A faint smile that came from the bottom of her heart appeared on the corners of her delicate mouth. The surrounding people all looked at each other. What was going on? The other party's mood changed too quickly, didn't it? "Dream, you guys go first." "I'm not going with you," she suddenly said. "Why?" "I'm fine. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned into a streak of light and flew in a certain direction. Tsang Yuanjia and the others still wanted to say something, but the figure of the other party had already disappeared into the thick fog. At this moment, on the other side of the Mang Mountain forest. Damn it! What the hell is this place? Chu Hen had already walked through the fog for several hours. Other than fog, there was more fog. This kind of feeling was as if he was walking through a maze that had no end, monotonous and dull. It would be fine if there were more people. At least there would be people to talk to. However, traveling alone in this illusory environment was extremely tedious. If it was an ordinary person, they would have long been driven crazy by the fog. Even if it was Chu Hen, at this moment he felt a little bored. In comparison, a fierce battle to his heart's content was much better than this. Could it be that I accidentally broke into the illusory formation and fell into an illusion? Chu Hen suddenly shivered and then asked in a deep voice, "Damn bird, is this fog an illusion set up by someone else?" "Who are you scolding, you bastard?" The sacred wing, heavenly flame, sparrow scolded coldly. "I'll scold whoever you want to scold. Stupid wild boy, do you want to die?" "Can you answer my question first?" "No comment. Solve it yourself. If you want to find that ball of demonic power as soon as possible, then don't dawdle. Since you want to cooperate with me, then show more sincerity." "Humph. Please recognize that the person who wants to break through the 4-star demonic eyes is you." The sacred wing heavenly flame sparrow was also not a master who liked to compromise. Asking it to compromise and bow down to Chu Hen was absolutely impossible. Chu Hen secretly cursed. This bird's temper. Immediately, Chu Hen prepared to use his demonic eyes to explore. However, at this moment, the fog in front of him gradually surged with a gray light. This, startled, Chu Hen gently clenched his fists. The Yuan core in his body quietly rotated, and the power of his inner Yuan surged out. The strange gray light continuously mixed into the white fog and dyed it gray. This kind of feeling was as if the water of an ocean was being quickly corroded and polluted. In the blink of an eye, the endless gray fog arrived in front of Chu Hen. It covered the sky and covered the earth, toppled the mountains and overturned the seas. It was like a gray flood and a huge wave, directly submerging Chu Hen within it. In a split second, Chu Hen's front, back, left, and right were all covered in gray. It was as if he had been sucked into a sandstorm, or as if he had fallen into an abyss of water. A bone-chilling energy assaulted him from all directions. Chu Hen was shocked and puzzled. What was going on? This Mang mountain forest was too strange. He couldn't see through it at all. Buzz! Suddenly, the airflow on the left suddenly trembled. With a ta sound, Chu Hen only felt a gust of cold wind sweep past his side. Following that, a sharp stinging sensation came from the back of his left hand. Raising his hand and lowering his head to look, he saw that there was a 10-centimeter long wound on the back of his hand. Red blood slowly flowed out from the wound, turning from thin to thick. Chu Hen's pupils slightly shrank, and his face suddenly appeared cautious. What was that thing that attacked him just now? It could so easily break through his defense of inner Yuan. It seemed that there was some unknown terrible thing hidden in the gray fog. Without waiting for Chu Hen to think too much, the stream of air behind him faintly trembled. Chu Hen's eyes turned cold. He suddenly turned his head and punched out. The inner Yuan attached to his fist exploded with a violent energy fluctuation. Bang! A muffled sound rang out. Chu Hen's punch seemed to have hit a dense mass of air. The gray fog in front of him was rolling like a tide. It shook endlessly under the impact of the fierce fist. Immediately after, the airflow on the left and right became chaotic again. Accompanied by the rapid wind, a dense and cold aura attacked Chu Hen from both sides. Chu Hen's complexion slightly changed. At the same time he retreated. The power of his demon eye was immediately released. A beautiful purple light gushed out from his body. At the same time, a pair of deep eyes immediately turned into a demonic purple pupil. Boom! The next moment, the purple pupil bloomed with a bright light. Chu Hen's field of vision quickly became wide and powerful. In the gray fog, there were groups of strange black shadows. These strange black shadows were different in shape. Some were like humans, some were like demonic beasts, and some were like birds. Moreover, All of them exuded a strong cold yin qi. Was this the thing that attacked him just now? Chu Hen was puzzled. Before he could observe carefully, one of the black shadows directly flew toward Chu Hen. The bone-piercing yin qi surged. When the black shadow arrived in front of Chu Hen, a sharp ghost claw quickly reached out and slashed toward Chu Hen's heart. A clear and sharp wah. Strange laughter sounded in the air. Humph! Chu Hen's complexion turned cold. The fist that was swallowing and spitting purple light surged out again. The impact with the power to split mountains and split the earth firmly smashed on the black shadow's head. Bang! Under the super-strong and terrifying lethality, the black shadow made a low, muffled sound. Then it exploded into a mass of scattered black gas and integrated into the fog. But before he had the time to relax, the strange black shadows in the fog had already surrounded Chu Hen in the middle. One after another, they rushed towards Chu Hen as if they were a pack of extremely hungry and ferocious wolves. Encountering such a situation, Chu Hen was not afraid. Chi. The endless power of dark lightning spread out from his body, interweaving into a three-dimensional lightning net that spread out in all directions. The active lightning patterns were powerful and sharp. Every flowing lightning pattern was like a sharp blade, killing in all directions and shredding the black shadows that were rushing over to pieces. Woo! Wah! All kinds of strange sounds that made one's scalp tingle became more and more terrifying. Under Chu Hen's fierce attack, the black shadows in the fog were constantly smashed into scattered masses of air. But soon, Chu Hen realized that something was wrong. No matter how he killed these black shadows, it seemed that not only did their numbers not decrease, but they also increased. Just now, there were clearly only a dozen black shadows. Now, at a glance, there was a dense black mass, like a school of jellyfish migrating with the sea. Especially dense, what was even worse was that Chu Hen could clearly feel the true essence in his body rapidly draining away. It seemed that every time he killed a strange black shadow, a portion of his true essence would be inexplicably taken away. This kind of consumption had already exceeded the consumption of the Yuan Dan. I say, damn brat, do you really not know that these undead spirits will increase the more you fight? Chapter 461. What? There are more and more of them. Chu Hen's heart skipped a beat as he asked in shock. Huh. The sacred wing heavenly flame sparrow sneered and replied disdainfully, You're stupid. Yet you refuse to admit that these dead spirits are obviously controlled by a powerful spiritual formation. The more you kill, the angrier they get. You should have sensed it from the first one you killed. It seems like I've overestimated you. F***ck off. You stupid bird, it's easy for you to say that. I can't sense any rune power fluctuations at all. Oh, I'm sorry. I almost forgot that your demonic eyes are only at the level of 3 stars. It's not your fault that you can't see through the situation here. The sacred wing, heavenly flame sparrow's tone was light and sarcastic. Chu Hen was furious. The other party was doing this on purpose. What do we do now? In the beginning, you only needed to defend and maintain your strongest defense. If you didn't fight back, they wouldn't attack you too fiercely. As for now, think of a way yourself. Don't ask me. You. The corner of Chu Hen's eyes twitched. A hint of coldness appeared on his determined face. Looking around left and right, he saw the strange black shadows that were like a school of piranhas in the deep sea. The extremely cold, profound yin qi was unexpectedly able to easily penetrate through Chu Hen's defensive layer, seep into his flesh and meridians, and reach straight into his bone marrow. He was too careless. Although Chu Hen had been careful along the way, he had still underestimated how terrifying the Mang Mountain forest was. Of course, Chu Hen was panicking. Although he was a little anxious, he wasn't afraid. Nirvana Ray! Then a dazzling light burst out of his demonic purple eyes. In the next moment, 2 purple arrows flew out of Chu Hen's eyes. The peerlessly sharp arrows quickly fused together and turned into a giant arrow that was dozens of meters wide. The arrow flew out and swept up a terrifying, murderous aura as it hit the dead spirits in front of it. Arg! In an instant, a large number of dead spirits in front of him were instantly destroyed by the Nirvana light. The giant purple arrow was like a swordfish shuttling through the deep sea. It was like a hot knife cutting through butter, cleaving through the waves. A passageway opened up in the group of undead spirits ahead. Chu Hen's figure flickered as he hurriedly activated the light-shaking technique, transforming into a blur as he chased after the arrow. But while the Nirvana radiance killed a large number of undead, there were even more black silhouettes that constantly appeared. Bang! The purple arrow was intercepted by the ferocious attacks of the undead after traversing a kilometer in the mist, and it shattered into scattered light patterns that were wantonly dissipating in the air. Chu Hen's eyes turned cold, and a circle of golden-red illusory flames bloomed. The dazzling illusory flames formed a defensive light shield around his body. Under the protection of the light shield, Chu Hen sped up and broke out of the encirclement as fast as he could. However, it was just as the sacred wing, heavenly flame sparrow had said. The more these undead spirits were killed, the angrier they became. The number of dead spirits killed by Chu Hen's radiance of nirvana just now had reached a rather shocking number, and the number of ferocious black shadows that were several times more than before once again appeared in front, back, left, right, and in all directions. There really is no end to them. It's all that damned bird's fault. Chu Hen cursed in his heart. Swish! Suddenly at this moment, a pure and holy white light appeared without any warning. The powerful holy aura was like a ray of holy light that was separated from the 9 heavens, Milky Way. It traversed through the sky, and wherever it went, all the undead spirits turned into bubbles and phantoms. The graceful white light split the group of undead spirits on Chu Hen's left, and then wrapped around Chu Hen's waist at an extremely fast speed. What? The sudden change caught Chu Hen off guard. Just as he was about to break free from the white light, a familiar aura of spiritual origin surged along with the light. Chu Hen's heart lit up, and the caution in his eyes instantly turned into deep surprise. Mengchong? Mengchong. Luo Mengchong. Just like her name, a woman with a pure heart and a picturesque beauty. In Chu Hen's mind, an absolutely beautiful face that could cause the downfall of nations and people immediately appeared. Immediately after, a powerful pulling force surged out from the white light beam. The light beam was like a soft satin as it directly pulled Chu Hen towards the direction it was flying from. Chu Hen did not resist at all, and instead increased his speed. In the next moment, in the gray fog in front of him, an elegant and beautiful figure turned from blurry to clear. Who else could it be but Luo Mengchong? Mengchong, it's really you. Chu Hen's face was filled with unconcealable surprise. Even he did not know why he was so happy to see Luo Mengchong. The nervousness he had just now disappeared in an instant. Looking at Chu Hen, who had arrived in front of her, Luo Mengchong's beautiful eyes rippled slightly, and there was a hint of inexplicable surprise in them. However, before she could even open her mouth to speak, she saw the black mass of dead spirits chasing after Chu Hen. It was as terrifying as a tsunami that soared into the sky. Let's go! Luo Mengchong did not say anything else. She subconsciously grabbed Chu Hen's hand and immediately flew backward. A soft, jade-like touch was transmitted through his fingertips. Chu Hen was momentarily dazed, but he quickly regained his composure and moved forward with the other party at an extremely fast speed. In the fog, the black army of dead spirits began to surround them. On the left, right, and behind, the terrifying number was like a swarm of tens of thousands of locusts. The incomparably cold, mysterious yin qi filled this space, and the circulation of Chu Hen's true yuan became faintly sluggish. At this moment, Luo Mengchong's soft jade-like hand that was holding Chu Hen gently tightened. Immediately after, a sacred white light spread from her fingertips towards Chu Hen. Buzz! In an instant, a layer of white light lingered around Chu Hen's body, and at the same time the discomfort in his body was alleviated and subsided. Mengchang, you. Chu Hen was slightly surprised. Luo Mengchang smiled faintly. Her eyes were bright and her teeth were white, and a hint of playfulness flashed between her eyebrows. That seems to be the exit. Chu Hen glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw a white light similar to a passageway appear in his line of sight a few hundred meters ahead. Let's go, Luo Mengchang said. Swoosh! Immediately after, the two directly increased their speed to the fastest and headed towards the bright passageway. At this moment, the army of dead spirits became even more ferocious and furious. Thousands of black shadows gathered together, setting off a terrifying black tsunami that rushed towards Chu Hen and Luo Mengchang. The exit was close at hand, and the army of dead spirits was getting closer and closer. When the two arrived at the passageway, a dazzling white light caused their pupils to shrink to the size of a needle. Chapter 462. Buzz! Right at the instant when Chu Hen and Luo Mengchang arrived at the bright entrance of the passageway, the surging and monstrous undead army that was like a tsunami behind them whistled over with an extremely terrifying and violent might. A powerful force that was comparable to a torrent crushed down, causing the surrounding space to tremble endlessly. Rumble. A thunderous sound rang out, and an incomparably powerful shockwave surged towards the two of them. The violent attack released by the undead army of tens of thousands of undead was especially frightening and astonishing. The layer of pure and holy white light that Luo Mengchang had unleashed on Chu Hen's body was instantly smashed into smithereens. The incomparably powerful mysterious yin qi was akin to sharp icicles, directly entering his meridians and flesh through his pores. Before gushing into his bones, Chu Hen's expression changed. He hurriedly pulled Luo Mengchang in front of him and used his own body to block the astonishing mysterious yin qi that was surging towards him from behind. Boom! Layers of majestic undead spirit waves collided against Chu Hen's back. The world seemed to tremble as a circle of gray light bloomed in the sky. The powerful impact force that was comparable to a mountain directly sent Chu Hen and Luo Mengchang flying. Rapid air currents whistled past their ears. Luo Mengchang was facing Chu Hen, her delicate body tightly pressed against his chest. Looking at the deathly pale Chu Hen, whose body had been invaded by the mysterious yin aura of death, Luo Mengchang pursed her red lips, and a faint ripple appeared in her beautiful eyes. However, she did not expect that Chu Hen would actually block in front of her and bear the terrifying attack of the undead spirits alone. The powerful inertia force propelled the two of them forward rapidly. They were as fast as meteorites that traverse the sky. But at this moment, Chu Hen's pupils suddenly shrank and a trace of panic appeared on his face. Before Luo Mengchang could react to what was happening, Chu Hen suddenly hugged her tightly in his arms. Immediately after, he suddenly turned around and the two of them directly changed positions in the sky. Chu Hen directly switched to Luo Mengchang's position. Immediately after, in the next second, boom! An earth-shattering explosion exploded in this part of the world. The mountains collapsed, the earth cracked, and rocks tumbled everywhere. The two of them were like meteorites falling from the sky, colliding solidly with a steep mountain. Inch by inch, the stone walls of the mountain range crumbled, and long and narrow cracks quickly spread out. Dust flew everywhere, covering the sky and covering the earth. In an instant, more than half of the steep mountain wall was forcefully flattened. The inertial impact of the undead army's attack on Chu Hen's body was actually so terrifying. Amidst the rubble, "Chu Hen, how are you? Are you all right?" The panic-stricken Luo Mengchang lifted her head from Chu Hen's arms, her beautiful face full of anxiety and worry. Lying on the rubble, Chu Hen was covered in dust, and there were many scratches on his body. But Luo Mengchang was almost unscathed. In that moment of imminent peril, Chu Hen saw that the two of them were about to collide with the mountain peak. Once again, he protected Luo Mengchang behind him and withstood the powerful impact of the inertia with his own strength. Despite withstanding such a huge force, Chu Hen's aura was not particularly weak. After all, with the support of the chaotic body bloodline boundary and the flaming sun body tempering technique, Chu Hen's physique was comparable to a spiritual weapon, and he only suffered some superficial wounds, but Luo Mengchang did not know this. Her willowy eyebrows were tightly knitted, and her beautiful eyes were full of anxiety. "Don't scare me. I'm fine." Chu Hen smiled slightly. "Are you really fine?" "Of course. Who do you think I am?" Luo Mengchang's beautiful eyebrows relaxed slightly, and the worry on her face faded a little. And only now did she realize that she was still lying on Chu Hen's body, and the two of them were so close that the tips of their noses almost touched, and they could even clearly feel each other's breath. Luo Mengchang's cheeks began to blush, and she quickly looked away, not daring to look at him. Just like that, Chu Hen quietly looked at the other party's beautiful face that was right in front of him. The faint body fragrance that originated from Luo Mengchang's body and the fragrance of her beautiful hair was very fresh and very pleasant. The atmosphere was a little strange. Chu Hen's breathing involuntarily became heavier, and at the same time an inexplicable feeling of heat spread from his lower abdomen to his whole body, and his gaze towards Luo Mengchang faintly revealed some heat. Feeling the change in Chu Hen's body, Luo Mengchang looked back at him, and her eyes were full of a meaning that Chu Hen could not understand. But it was clear that there was a hint of behave yourself. The two of them stared at each other, and no one broke this quiet atmosphere. Luo Mengchang's red lips were slightly pursed, and her rosy little mouth was as lovely as a cherry. Her beautiful eyes were like water, and they gently turned as she said, "You still not let go of me?" In the end, it was still women who were thin-skinned, and Luo Mengchang was the first to break the silence. Chu Hen's face couldn't help but reveal a bit of embarrassment. He shifted his gaze away in embarrassment, then loosened his grip on Luo Mengchang's slender waist. Luo Mengchang raised her eyebrows slightly, and then sat up from Chu Hen's body. The moment her soft body left Chu Hen's arms, Chu Hen had a faint feeling of attachment. That feeling was like a seed in the soil, drilling out of the ground and giving birth to a bud. "What's wrong?" Seeing Chu Hen staring at her in a daze, Luo Mengchang gently patted him. "It's nothing." Chu Hen smiled, and then immediately sat up from the ground. Suddenly, all kinds of intense pain spread like a tide to every inch of his body. Hiss! Chu Hen could not help but suck in a breath of cold air, and his eyebrows were tightly knitted together. After all, it was not normal to say that he was not hurt at all after suffering 2 terrifying impacts in a row. Just now, when he was lying on the ground, he did not feel much, but now that he moved, his whole body hurt. "What's wrong? Where are you hurt?" Luo Mengchang asked again, and then took out a delicate jade bottle, and then poured out a dark purple pill in the palm of her hand. "This is the jade dew pill. Take it." Luo Mengchang brought the jade dew pill to Chu Hen's mouth and personally fed it to him. Chu Hen was startled at first. Then he swallowed the pellet. Approximately 10 seconds later, a cool and refreshing spring spread throughout his body, and the intense pain was quickly and effectively alleviated. "Do you feel better?" "Yes, much better." Chu Hen smiled. Luo Mengchang gently breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at him with a bit of reproach. "Don't mess around like this in the future." Chu Hen touched his nose and looked at her. "But I don't want you to get hurt." Luo Mengchang's heartstrings trembled, and a bit of softness flashed in her eyes, and she avoided Chu Hen's gaze. "That won't do. Don't look down on me." "Yes, I still have to thank the peerless beauty, Miss Mengchang, who is admired by tens of thousands of people, for helping me out." Chu Hen joked and said, "Nonsense. But really, you provoked so many dead spirits. Don't you know that the more you kill, the more they increase? I didn't know at first, and when I found out, it was already too late. Forget it if you die of stupidity. You don't even know this, and you still dare to come to the Mang Mountain forest. Chu Hen smiled embarrassedly and then asked curiously, "Oh yes, Meng Chong, why are you here? Did you also leave the Sacred Star Empire?" Sacred Star Empire? Luo Mengchang looked at him in surprise, and there was a bit of disappointment in her eyes. "What's the matter?" Chu Hen asked. "Nothing." Luo Mengchang shook her head, and then asked again. "So, in the 2 years that I left the Sacred Star Empire, you didn't know where I was?" Chu Hen shook his head. "All right then." The disappointment between Luo Mengchang's eyebrows disappeared, and she did not continue to argue about it. Then she said, "I came here with a team from the family to investigate the disappearance of Senior Shifengzi." Shifengzi, the strongest inscription artist in the 100 Kingdoms? Chu Hen blurted out. The name Shifengzi had caused a sensation for decades. Even though he had disappeared for more than 10 years, his deeds were still spread in various regions of the 100 Kingdoms. When he was in the long clan of Flaming Rain City in the Sacred Star Empire, Chu Hen had heard from Long Zhan and other seniors about Shifengzi's deeds. Therefore, Chu Hen was not unfamiliar with this name. "All right." Luo Mengchang agreed softly. Then she parted her red lips and told Chu Hen everything she knew about Shifengzi and Mount Mang. Chu Hen was shocked when he heard about it. He could not help but think of the Azura sect's sneak attack on the 1,000 Crane Sect's Hall disciples. On the surface, it seemed like the Azura sect was here to deal with the 1,000 Crane Sect. However, if one thought about it carefully, one would realize that was not the Azura sect's main objective. The reason was very simple. If the Azura sect was here to deal with the 1,000 Crane Sect, then they would not have sent so few people. Would it not be better to send more people to deal with the 1,000 Crane Sect's Hall disciples? In this way, it was very likely that Tu Yi and Langley had come to investigate this matter. However, that Langley could rest in peace forever. What about you? Why did you come here? Luo Mengchang was slightly curious. Since it wasn't because of Shifengzi, then why did they come here? It's for a source of energy. Oh, what kind of energy? I don't know exactly what kind of energy it is, but it can help me break through the limits of my bloodline. Chu Hen told the truth. He did not deceive her. He trusted Luo Mengchang completely. Luo Mengchang looked up at Chu Hen with a strange expression. She pondered for a moment before she said gently, "Speaking of bloodline limits, I suddenly thought of something. Tell me." Chapter 463. Just now, I saw that your pupils were purple. Luo Mengchang's red lips parted slightly, and her beautiful eyes revealed a slight strangeness. Chu Hen was startled at first, but he suddenly remembered that he did not withdraw his demonic eyes in time. However, Chu Hen only smiled. Some gentleness surged into his eyes as he said, "If someone else were to ask me this question, I would tell them that it is a type of illusion technique that I train in. It is an illusion technique that is activated with my eyes." Then what if I asked? Luo Mengchang looked at him. "If you ask, then I can't tell you for the time being." "Why?" "Because it's not the day you get married yet. When you're about to get married, we'll exchange our secrets with each other." Chu Hen replied softly. Luo Mengchang raised her eyebrows slightly, and a beautiful smile appeared on her elegant and refined face. "You still remember this agreement?" This agreement was made by Luo Mengchang on a whim when she participated in the Heaven List battle of the 6 nations in the ruins of the 7 Souls ancient kingdom. She thought that Chu Hen would not take it to heart, but she did not expect him to remember it all the time. Chu Hen also smiled. "Of course I won't forget. The purple pupils are also my biggest secret. I'm waiting to exchange it with you." "All right. Then we'll talk about it when I'm about to get married." Luo Mengchang did not continue to argue about this issue. Chu Hen nodded. However, for some reason, when he talked about Luo Mingshang getting married, there was an indescribable feeling in Chu Hen's heart, as if there was a stone stuck in his throat, and there was an inexplicable concern. What now? Luo Mingshang patted him lightly. Chu Hen came back to his senses and then shook his head. It's nothing, let's go. Take care of your internal energy first. Although the injury is not particularly serious, don't take it lightly or it will easily cause problems. Okay. After the endless fog and the undead army, there was a large canyon with no end in sight. The surrounding mountains rose and fell, the peaks high and precipitous. Towering peaks pierced through the clouds, as if they were pillars that supported the heavens. This was an ancient mountain forest that was rarely visited by humans. It was shrouded in a mysterious veil. About half an hour later, Chu Hen finished recuperating and opened his eyes. His eyes shone like stars. At this moment, Luo Mengchang was standing on top of another giant peak. She was otherworldly. Like a fairy who had descended from the heavens, her beauty unmatched, Chu Hen stepped into the air and flashed to Luo Mingchang's side. You're awake. You look much more energetic. Yes, what are you doing here? Look over there. Luo Mingshang raised her lily-white hand and pointed towards the depths of the Grand Canyon. Chu Hen was slightly surprised, and his gaze followed the direction the other person was pointing at. Amidst the towering mountains and lofty peaks, there were a few strange, white lights flashing between the heavens and the earth. He did not know what the white lights were. They were like shadows, like a white rainbow, like a holy radiance. The clouds and mist lingered in the sky. From afar, the strange white lights felt like white snakes shuttling through the clouds. Do you want to take a look? Where is the energy source that you are looking for that can enhance the power of your bloodline? Luo Mengchang asked. Chu Hen shook his head. I don't know the specific location, but it should be nearby. Let's try our luck there. Immediately, the two of them moved and followed the Grand Canyon toward the interior. The deeper they went, the more open the terrain of the Grand Canyon became. There were many strange flowers and plants growing here, and bees and butterflies were dancing, showing a harmonious ecology. However, what Chu Hen did not understand was that in this large canyon, not even a single monstrous beast could be seen. Not to mention a large beast king, level monstrous beast. Even some ordinary spiritual beasts and great monstrous beasts were difficult to see. On the contrary, there were many elk, goats, wild rabbits, and other ordinary small beasts with low spiritual intelligence, leisurely eating grass and drinking spring water. Both Chu Hen and Luo Mengchang were a little surprised. They did not expect that the central area of the Mang mountain jungle, where the Forbidden City of Death was located, would have such a harmonious natural environment after a while. The two of them arrived in the middle of the area surrounded by several towering peaks. They had almost reached the deepest part of the Grand Canyon. The first thing that caught their eyes was the strange stones piled up everywhere. These strange stones had edges and corners, and they were all very large. Even the smallest one was as big as a water tank, and the biggest one was as big as a house. If one were to observe it carefully, one would be able to notice that there were numerous strange stone markings on the strange stone. The markings crisscrossed like ancient talisman markings. The stones were piled up in the valley, and the giant peaks stood outside. The power of heaven and earth gathered spiritual energy from all directions. From afar, this area was a bit like a huge furnace formed by heaven and earth. However, in the center of the countless stones piled up everywhere, there was a majestic stone platform. The stone platform was about 100 feet wide and dozens of meters high. This stone platform was not old, but it was full of style. Strange runes were inscribed on the stone platform. The runes were inscribed in all directions, and there were different mysterious patterns on the north, south, east, and west. The strokes of these runes were especially bold and powerful, and they faintly revealed an extraordinary and piercingly cold aura. There's someone on the stone platform. Chu Hen and Luo Mengchang exchanged glances when they arrived, and then they flashed down from midair. They concealed their auras and approached the stone platform stealthily. Soon after, the two of them stopped behind a slope about 500 meters away from the stone platform. The slope was covered in lush shrubbery, and it concealed their figures very well. Looking from afar, one could see that there were two teams standing on the vast stone platform. One of them was the group from the Azura sect that had attacked the Thousand Crane sect on the Sky Glory platform. The members of the Azura sect emanated a faint aura of blood, and Tu-Yi, who led the group, emanated a bloodthirsty aura. His cold and gloomy gaze was so sharp that he seemed like a ferocious wolf lurking in the bushes in the dark. As for the other group, Chu Hen was not unfamiliar with them either. They were disciples of the Illusory Rain sect. The person leading the group was the ordinary-looking young man who dared to challenge Spear Master C. Zybak at the 10,000 Beast Ridge. They seemed to be from the Azura sect and the Illusory Rain sect. Luo Mengchang said softly, "That's them." Chu Hen replied with certainty. It seemed that the two of them had made a very wise choice not to rashly appear here. Whether it was the Illusory Rain sect or the Azura sect, Chu Hen did not have any advantage. There was no communication between the two groups on the stone platform. However, from the expressions of many people from the Illusory Rain sect, they were still quite fearful of the Azura sect's Tu-Yi. Tu-Yi crossed his arms in front of him, and the corners of his lips curled into a demonic smile. He glanced at the ordinary-looking young man from the Illusory Rain sect with some interest. "Since you're already here, why don't you show yourself?" At this moment, Tu-Yi raised his head slightly and said in a frivolous voice. Chu Hen and Luo Mengchang, who were hiding in the dark, were slightly startled, revealing looks of astonishment. "I'm not talking about us." Luo Mengchang shook her head gently. Chu Hen nodded. Following that, a burst of loud laughter was heard. "Ha ha ha ha. You're indeed a core disciple of the Azura sect. We can't hide from you, even before we get close." Then, a dozen young men and women with extraordinary auras approached the stone platform in front of them. Tu-Yi squinted at the leading man and said coolly, "I was wondering who it was. So it's the second young master of the Tsang clan of Moon City, and also the fifth absolute of the seven absolutes. Young master Tsang Yuanjia. Fifth master? Moon City?" In the rear area, Chu Hen was slightly startled. He whispered to Luo Mengchang, "Did you come with them?" Luo Mengchang replied softly, "Yes." "Then do you want to meet up with them?" "No need. I didn't want to come here. If it wasn't for my father's order, I wouldn't be here." "Fortunately, you're here," Chu Hen said. Luo Mengchang smiled faintly and said nothing more. Tsang Yuanjia spread his hands and shrugged. "Senior brother Tu-Yi thinks too highly of me. It's our honor to see senior brother Tu-Ye's glory today." "Ha ha. Look at what you're saying. Are you really lying? Could it be that your Tsang clan is full of hypocrites?" As soon as he said that, the faces of the people of Moon End City darkened. The young man called Yi Tai shouted sternly, "Azura sect, could it be that you don't even know how to speak human language?" "Yi Tai, don't be rude!" Tsang Yuanjia frowned and raised his hand to stop him. Then he cupped his fists at Tu-Yi and said, "My subordinates are insensible and rude. If they have offended you, please apologize to senior brother Tu-Yi." "There's no need to apologize. Just kneel down and count out to me a few times, and I'll let it go." Tu-Yi was really not afraid of offending people. His words did not give any face to the people of Moon End City. Apart from Tsang Yuanjia, the rest of the people were furious. Suddenly, a tense atmosphere filled the air. "Hee, don't be angry, everyone. I'm just joking." Tu-Yi knew when to stop, but he did not intend to completely fall out with them. The expressions of the people of Moon End City eased slightly. Tsang Yuanjia looked relaxed. "Haha, senior brother Tu-Yi is really good at joking." Tu Yi crossed his arms and raised his left hand gently. Why? The young master of the Tsang clan, young master Yu, didn't come? As soon as they heard the words young master Yu, the experts of Azura, sect behind Tu Yi, and the people of Illusory Rain sect were moved. Tsang Yuanjia smiled indifferently. My brother was going to come, but something came up, so he didn't come. It's good that he didn't come. If the famous young master Yu came, there would be nothing for us to do here. Ha ha ha! Tu Ye's tone was ear-piercing, and each and every word he spoke carried a sharpness to them. The faces of the people of Moon End City changed from pleasant to unpleasant. Chapter 464. In the deep valley of Mount Mang, there were huge peaks that reached the sky. Under the sky that was shrouded in spiritual mist, huge rocks of various sizes were piled up in the valley. On the majestic stone platform, the spirit patterns in the four corners outlined strange and mysterious characters of the secret scripture. Everything here seemed ordinary and unremarkable, but in reality it was filled with an unfathomable and indistinct aura. The arrival of the team from Moon End City broke the peaceful confrontation between Shura sect and Illusory Rain sect. Fist extinction, Tsang Yuanjia. Among the 7 absolutes of Heaven's Chosen, Chu Hen had already seen palm extinction Tianxiang, spear extinction Si Zai, blade extinction Lang Li, array extinction Yan Hanlu, and now Tsang Yuanjia. Among the 7 absolutes, there were only 2 geniuses, Huan extinction and sword extinction, that he had not seen before. Of course, Chu Hen, who was hiding in the dark with Luo Mengchang, was more surprised. What kind of force is Moon End City? How dare they challenge Shura sect? Chu Hen whispered to Luo Mengchang. Luo Mengchang's beautiful eyes rippled, and her red lips opened slightly. Moon End City is one of the largest cities in the 100 Kingdoms province. It is prosperous, and it does not belong to any dynasty or country. The economic lifeline of Moon End City is controlled by the 8 great clans. These 8 great clans are not weak in the 100 Kingdoms province, and the Tsang clan is the leader of the 8 great clans and also the master of Moon End City. Tsang clan? Chu Hen's eyes narrowed. That's right, the Tsang clan is a first-rate clan with a heritage of nearly 1,000 years. Although its strength is slightly weaker than Shura sect, Illusory Rain sect, and other sects, if we consider Moon End City as a whole, including the other clans, the overall strength of Moon End City can still challenge the major sects. Luo Mengchang explained to Chu Hen in a more objective manner. I see. Chu Hen nodded his head. The 100 Nations province was a vast land with abundant resources. Its territory was vast, and there were countless large and small powers and sections. Although the sects were the most powerful, there were still a few powerful clans with strong heritage, and their strength was close to the sects. Then who is the young master you that Tu Yi mentioned? Chu Hen asked casually. Luo Mengchang knitted her eyebrows and said lightly, the eldest young master of the Tsang clan, the number 1 genius of the Moon End City. Oh, you even want to defeat Fist Extreme Tsang Yuanjia? Yes, he is much stronger than Tsang Yuanjia. When Tsang Yuanjia was 15 years old, he had already reached the void-piercing realm. At that time, he caused quite a stir in the 100 Kingdoms province. Not only did the Shaozong sect personally send someone to the Moon Dragon City to extend an olive branch to him, but Tsang Yuanjia rejected them all. He rejected the invitations of the major sects. Why? Chu Hen was slightly surprised. Everyone has their own ambitions. At that time, Tsang Yujie only had one reason to reject the offer, which was that the clan couldn't lose to the sect. What a good family clan, not losing to a sect. Chu Hen could not help but nod his head in admiration. He had to admit that the young master Yu, Tsang Yujie, was indeed born with a lofty and domineering character. Just the feat of reaching the void-piercing realm at the age of 15 was enough to make him look down upon the countless top geniuses of the 100 Kingdoms province. Looking at Chu Hen's unintentional expression of appreciation, Luo Mingchang's eyes were inexplicably complicated. Ha 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 ha, everyone, you're early. Suddenly, a hearty laughter came from afar. The people from the Shura sect, Illusory Rain sect, and Moon End City were stunned as they looked in the direction of the voice. Meanwhile, Chu Hen, who was hiding in the dark, was also stunned. This voice is Mu Feng? Mu Feng, the first person he met in Tensei Prefecture, a joker who could not stop talking about women. Soon, along with the rapid wind-breaking momentum, more than 10 swift and fierce figures traversed the sky and landed on a few boulders below the stone platform. Buzz! A piercingly cold aura spread out in all directions. The air was filled with layers upon layers of waves. More than half of the people in this group wore the same clothes, and on their left arms there was a pattern of a sharp sword. It's the people from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, Luo Mengchang said softly. Heavenly Sword Pavilion? Another big sect. Chu Hen's gaze trembled slightly. His gaze directly landed on the young man at the head of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion's group. This person had a handsome face and was born with a dignified appearance. However, the lazy expression on his face made him seem like a frivolous playboy no matter how one looked at him. And this person was none other than Mu Feng. It's really that guy? Chu Hen was shocked and suspicious. He was extremely stunned. Mu Feng was actually someone from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion? Then why did he come to a small place like Sacred Star Dynasty's Tensei Prefecture? Just for women? Thinking of this, Chu Hen was immediately impressed by the other party. Isn't he the person from your Tensei Prefecture? Luo Mengchang said, a little surprised. Chu Hen nodded. Although he had always suspected that Mu Feng's background was not simple, he did not expect him to come from such a powerful sect. Hey, I was wondering who it was. So, it's the famous Heavenly Sword Pavilion. Tu Yi crossed his arms, a playful smile on his face. How unlucky. I thought I would meet a few beauties. I didn't expect it to be a bunch of burly men, Mu Feng cursed in a low voice. Everyone could not help but be stunned, and they looked at Mu Feng in confusion. Sang Yuanjia of Moontide City raised one hand and asked tentatively, Senior brother, you seem a little unfamiliar. I wonder which expert from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion are you a disciple of? The people from Illusory Rain sect and Shura sect also showed a little curiosity. Hey, you don't even know me? Humph, you're all good to me. I don't change my name or my surname. People give me the nickname Little White Dragon in the Waves, Mu Feng. Mu Feng? The people from the three forces were stunned again. Ha ha ha! A disdainful sneer came from the Shura sect's group. One of them, a man with sickly pale skin, came forward and laughed. I was wondering who he was. It turns out he's the useless son of the pavilion master of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. The other people in the room also revealed a bit of a sneer. Everyone knew that the pavilion master of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, Mu Xiongkai, had outstanding sword skills and was a great strategist. His startling devil sword was unrivaled in the 100 Nations Prefecture. However, Mu Xiongkai's son was a complete idiot. Of course, Mu Xiongkai's son was not bad. The reason he was called an idiot was because his mind was full of women. When he was in his teens, the female disciples of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion were all harassed by him. If he cultivated diligently, it would be fine. As long as he did not fall behind in his cultivation, everyone would turn a blind eye. However, he could not stop talking about women. His mind was filled with women all day long. It caused all the female disciples of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion to avoid him. Finally, once again, he, who was extremely lustful, had designs on the 7th elder of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. Although the 7th elder was over 30 years old, she was still beautiful. The reckless Mu Feng peeped at the 7th elder bathing and changing clothes and was discovered by the 7th elder. He slapped the 7th elder until he saw stars and lost his bearings. Then the 7th elder reported it to Mu Xiongkai. Mu Xiongkai was infuriated. He had lost all his face to his ancestors. The enraged Mu Xiongkai kicked and broke 3 of Mu Feng's ribs. Luckily, a few elders begged for mercy. Otherwise, Mu Feng would have been crippled. After recovering from his injuries, Mu Feng was also filled with anger. He wrote Mu Xiongkai is a bastard on the statue of the sword ancestor in the Heavenly Sword Pavilion and chose to run away from home. And this matter was treated as a joke by the various sections. No one had expected that the people of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion would also come here. Even more so, they did not expect that the leader this time would be Mu Feng. Mu Xiongkai couldn't understand why his idiot son would come here to be a joke. What? Young master idiot, when did your father let you go back? If it were me, I would not want such a son. The man from the Shura sect mocked. The rest of the people sneered as well. Humph, people from the Shura sect, don't you have any manners? A young man from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion scolded. Their young master was indeed an idiot, but no matter what, it was not their place to lecture him. Mu Feng being humiliated by the people from the Shura sect was also a humiliation to the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. Sigh, Chu-Yi, don't stand up for me. Mu Feng raised his hand slightly to stop his companions behind him. Then he looked at the people from the Shura sect and said, What the hell are you laughing at? Don't you have any manners? Scolding people the moment you come. Your ancestors. The moment these words came out, everyone was stunned. This was especially so for the people from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. Their eyes could not help but twitch. Accompanying Mu Feng was a huge mistake. The eyes of the person from the Shura sect who was being scolded immediately turned cold. A sinister smile appeared on his sickly pale face. Ha ha! An idiot will always be an idiot. You only know how to use your tongue. Oh, you bastard, you dare to argue with me? If you have the guts, come down here and see if I don't beat you until you piss your pants. The people from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion were speechless once again. On the other hand, the people from the Shura sect were enraged. A piercingly cold, evil aura emanated from his body. However, he did not attack immediately. Instead, his gaze swept towards Tu-Yi. Ha ha! Tu-Yi smiled playfully. His expression was one of ridicule as he said, Since the young master of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion wants to spar with you, you should just agree. To be able to witness the exquisite swordsmanship of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion is a feast for the eyes. Ha ha, I understand. With Tu-Ye's words, the aura that erupted from the pale-skinned person from the Shura sect was like a ferocious beast that had just been released from its cage. His body moved, and a surging murderous aura surged as he charged towards Mu Feng. Young master, be careful. The people from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion drew their swords. Don't worry, I will deal with this bastard myself. Chapter 465. Don't worry, this Commander Feng will deal with this bastard myself. After saying that, an incomparably powerful and sharp sword force swept out from Mu Feng's body. His right hand grabbed at the air, and the spiritual energy of the world within a dozen meters instantly gathered in his palm. Mu Feng raised his hand and raised his palm. A bright and resplendent golden-colored sword aura surged out from his palm, transforming into an incomparably solid sword shadow that directly attacked the person from the Shura sect, whose skin was sickly and pale. The sword shadow flew across the sky, releasing an invisible aura that spread in all directions. It was like flying flowers and cutting leaves, and even the surrounding rocks were faintly discernible with deep sword markings. Humph! So you do have some ability. The Azura sect member's expression changed slightly when he sensed the aura of Mu Feng's sword. A dense black light erupted from his body, and he immediately raised his hand and threw a punch. A solid fist light shot out explosively and solidly collided with the sword shadow. Bang! Once the astonishing forces collided, a berserk remnant force of true Yuan burst forth in midair. Chaotic air waves spread in all directions, sparks flew in all directions, and light markings flew in all directions. The golden silhouette of the sword that Mu Feng had unleashed actually collapsed and exploded, turning into sparkling and translucent fragments that filled the sky. A faint sneer appeared on the faces of everyone present. This was especially true for the Azura sect members, whose faces were filled with disdain. An idiot will always be an idiot. The sickly pale man sneered endlessly. However, at this moment, an illusory silver light figure suddenly flew out from the golden sword shadow that had exploded. This silver light figure was nearly transparent, like a strand of thin gauze. However, upon closer inspection, it was actually a strand of strange sword light. What? That person was suddenly shocked in his heart. Before he could even react, the strand of practically translucent sword light had suddenly sped up, and its speed was so swift that it was like a flowing light flying through the ages, and it carried a dangerous aura as it charged and slashed at the person. Boom! A ball of scattered silver light blossomed in front of that person. Under the astonished gazes of everyone present, that wisp of sword light directly penetrated the dense black light around that person's body and landed on his chest. In that instant, the clothes on the man's chest were instantly shattered by the powerful sword chi. A string of scarlet blood flew out, and a small bloody hole immediately appeared in the center of the man's chest. Hua! Looking at the scene in front of them, everyone from Moon's End City, sect of Illusory Rain, and Shura sect was astonished. That's not right. This didn't seem to match the rumors. Even the Heavenly Sword Pavilion disciples who had come with Mu Feng were surprised. Even they did not know when Mu Feng had become so powerful. It was no wonder that the pavilion master had sent Mu Feng to lead the team for this trip to the Mang Mountain Forest. Previously, everyone had suspected that the pavilion master was trying to find a way to kick Mu Feng out again, so that the Heavenly Sword Pavilion would have some peace and quiet again. Now, it seemed like that was not the case. Hiding in the dark, Chu Hen and Luo Mingshang were also a little surprised. This guy's cultivation has improved a lot. Chu Hen said softly. Luo Mingshang nodded and replied softly. Back in the Sacred Star Empire, I already felt that his aura and true essence were much more stable and pure than ordinary people. But I never expected him to be the young master of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. Chu Hen couldn't help but laugh involuntarily. Thinking back to the past, Mu Feng was full of nonsense all day long. He would even boast every day and exaggerate everything. At that time, everyone only thought that he was boasting without a draft. Now that he thought about it, the majority of the unreliable things that Mu Feng said back then were not lies. Do you want to go over? Luo Mingshang's red lips parted slightly. Chu Hen shook his head. Not for now. The man from the Shura sect who had been defeated by Mu Feng's sword flashed and landed on a huge rock. He covered his bleeding wound with one hand and his eyes were red with anger, as if they were about to spit fire. You've really hidden your strength well, you idiot. Humph, please watch your words. If I'm an idiot, then you're pig dung. Mu Feng pointed at the man and retorted. The man was furious, and his murderous intent surged. An even more violent aura than before soared into the sky. The thick black light was mixed with a strange blood-red light. He leaped up again, and the vast and shocking true essence pressure crushed down on Mu Feng. I was too careless just now. Die, useless thing. Mu Feng's eyes turned cold, and under his cynical smile, there was a hint of coldness. Bastard, let's see who's courting death. Screech! However, at this moment, a loud and clear bird's cry resounded through the sky. The sharp and high-pitched cry of an eagle exuded a power that shook all directions. Everyone's heart was filled with shock. In the next instant, a silver ray of light pierced through the sky. It was as fast as lightning and whistled through the sky. The silhouette of a ferocious bird appeared in the silver ray of light, and its aura shook the heavens. It was like a divine eagle that traversed the sky. Boom! A strong gust of wind rushed over, and illusory waves of light appeared in the air. Along with an incomparably terrifying pressure, the eagle light shot towards the crowd at a shocking speed. Its target was none other than the sickly pale man from the Shura sect. Bang! The space violently trembled, and a mighty wave of air swept in all directions. The pale man's pupils violently shrank, and before he could react, the ray of light had already arrived in front of him. A majestic pressure, like a mountain, caused him to be unable to move. Immediately after, a powerful palm reached out from the ray of light and pressed against the top of the man's head. The man's aura was instantly crushed to its lowest point. He lost his balance in the air and was firmly sucked into the palm. Rumble! An extraordinary, imposing aura crushed the surroundings, and then an extraordinary and fierce figure appeared before everyone's eyes while silver light flickered. Ko Tianqin! An exclaim resounded from the group from Lunar Nightmare City. The members of the Illusory Rain sect, Shura sect, and Skylink Sword Pavilion revealed shocked expressions as well. The members of the Thousand Cranes sect have actually come as well. Swish! Swish! After that, numerous rapid sounds of air being torn apart resounded. Over a dozen figures with powerful auras flashed through the sky, and they emanated powerful, imposing auras as they descended firmly onto a pile of rocks behind Ko Tianqin. At the same time, everyone's gazes moved from Ko Tianqin to a handsome and graceful young man. Planet Sherwin, Ko Tianqin, Planet Sherwin. The Thousand Crane sect had actually dispatched 2 core disciples. The Thousand Crane sect's group is here as well. Luo Mengchang muttered softly from the shadows. Chu Hen's eyes narrowed slightly, and he laughed coldly. It would be strange if they didn't come. What, you know them? Luo Mengchang noticed that there was something off about Chu Hen's tone. It's a long story. I'll tell you when I have the time. Chu Hen didn't explain anything, but the coldness in his eyes grew even colder. The arrival of the group from the Thousand Crane sect instantly caused the atmosphere in the surroundings to heat up. All the sects knew that the Thousand Crane sect and Azura sect were mortal enemies, and the enmity between the two sects had been entangled since the establishment of their sections. Of course, to the group from Lunar Nightmare City, Illusory Rain sect, and Skylink Sword Pavilion. If the Azura sect and Thousand Crane sect were to enter into battle here, it might be a show worth watching. Humph. We meet again, Senior Brother Tui. A mocking smile appeared on the corners of Ko Tianqin's mouth as he pressed his right hand against the top of the head of the young man from Azura sect. The latter struggled incessantly, but it was to no avail. It was like his life was being held down, and he couldn't struggle free from Ko Tianqin's grasp at all. The young man rebuked furiously, Let go of me! Ko Tianqin remained unmoved as he continued to stare at Tuyi, who was standing on the stone platform. The atmosphere was tense, and the atmosphere was heavy. The group from Azura sect could not help but exude a murderous aura. Tuyi did not seem flustered at all when he faced Ko Tianqin and the 2 core geniuses of the Thousand Crane sect from Sherwin Star. Tuyi smiled faintly. Not bad. You've caught up so quickly. Did you kill Langley? What? Langley is dead? The group from Lunar Nightmare City, Illusory Rain sect, and Skylink Sword Pavilion could not help but feel restless. Ko Tianqin sneered. So what if I did? So what if I didn't? Langley only died a step earlier than you. 2 core disciples. Tisk, it's a little troublesome. Tuyi stroked his chin lightly and said, The situation here is slightly complicated. Are you sure you want to fight us now? The group from Thousand Crane sect from Sherwin Star glanced solemnly at the crowd in the surroundings. They'd followed the tracks of the Azura sect all the way here, so they didn't know that other sects had arrived, nor did they understand the situation here. Under such circumstances, rashly declaring war against the Azura sect seemed to be a little inappropriate. Ko Tianqin looked up slightly, and then he raised his right hand. The Azura sect disciple's body was lifted up horizontally, and he struggled, like a grasshopper. Senior brother Tu Yi, you're absolutely right. The situation is too complicated, and our Thousand Crane sect is slightly unable to endure it. Since that's the case, then I'll return him to you. As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of hidden energy surged out from Ko Tianqin's palm. The Azura sect disciple immediately broke free from Ko Tianqin's palm and flew swiftly towards the stone platform. The expressions of the others behind Tu Yi eased up slightly, and they laughed inwardly at the cowardice of the Thousand Crane sect disciples. However, when the disciple was pushed to the sky in front of the Azura sect's group, an extreme energy fluctuation suddenly erupted from his body. In an instant, countless rays of silver light shot out from his body. The disciple's expression changed drastically, and his eyes opened wide while boundless pain surged out from his face that was filled with terror. No. Boom! In the next second, the disciple's body exploded into pieces, and blood instantly rained down from the sky above the stone platform. Chapter 466. Rumble. Just when everyone thought that Ko Tianqin was really going to let the young man from the Shura sect go, an extreme energy explosion suddenly erupted. Countless dazzling, silver beams of light burst out of the young man's body. With a shrill scream, the young man's body exploded into a rain of blood. A scarlet mist of blood instantly rained down from the sky above the stone platform. The sudden turn of events stunned everyone from Moon End City, the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, and the Illusory Rain sect. The faces of those from the Shura sect instantly darkened, and a thick layer of frost covered their faces. Song Yuanjia, Mu Feng, and the ordinary-looking man who led the group from the Illusory Rain sect were slightly surprised. Ko Tianqin really was a top genius disciple of the Thousand Crane sect. He killed decisively, and his methods were forceful. He really was swift and decisive. The other members of the Thousand Crane sect at the back were delighted. They'd finally gotten their revenge after being ambushed by those from the Shura sect on the Heavenly Brilliance platform. Shi Wenxing raised his brows slightly, and a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. It was obvious that he rather approved of Ko Tianqin's actions. A piercingly cold killing intent began to fill the surroundings. Ko Tianqin stood proudly in the sky. He had an awe-inspiring and extraordinary bearing, and he fully displayed the extraordinary bearing of a core disciple of a sect. He stared coldly at Tu Yi, who stood on the stone platform in front of him. The provocation in his eyes was not concealed at all. The atmosphere froze, and swords were drawn. Ko Tianqin had used such a shocking method to declare war on Tu Ye's group. Apart from shocking everyone, he'd also given the Shura sect a resounding slap in the face in front of the other three great forces. Tu Yi laughed, and his laughter was especially eerie and cold. The scarlet rain of blood and bits of flesh scattered around the stone platform. After that, Tu Ye's eyes suddenly turned cold, and a bloodthirsty and ruthless aura emanated from his body. Ko Tianqin, you've got guts. Humph. Ko Tianqin sneered and replied with a mocking expression. I, Ko Tianqin, have always had guts. Tu Yi, I've waited for this day for a long time. Make your move. What? Are you going to do it alone? Tu Yi glanced indifferently at Sherwin's star. Presently, two core disciples from the Thousand Crane sect had arrived. On the Shura sect side, Tu Yi was the only one left after Langley was killed. Logically speaking, Tu Ye's best option right now was to retreat. However, there was not the slightest hint of fear on his face. At the same time, Ko Tianqin's aura was awe-inspiring. I alone am enough to deal with you. A sharp aura suppressed the entire area. Strange silver runes of light were released from Ko Tianqin's body like holy light. The runes flowed all over his body and attached to his body, vaguely forming the silhouette of an eagle. Surging flames spread in all directions. It gave people the feeling that it was a ferocious bird that could come out at any time. The expressions of the surrounding people changed slightly, and they all instinctively retreated to the back. There's going to be a good show. Mu Fong snickered, secretly. He was eager to see the world in chaos. Hee. Let's see just how outstanding the sky-ripping eagle's bloodline is today. Tu-Yi grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Buzz, buzz. Suddenly, right when a fierce battle was about to break out, something unexpected happened. A strange energy, fluctuation, spread out from the stone platform. Everyone was shocked. When they focused their attention, they saw the mysterious runes on the surface of the platform emitting a gentle glow. What's going on? The people from the Thousand Crane Sect and the Heavenly Sword Pavilion of Moon End City were shocked. The people from the Shura Sect and the Illusory Rain Sect on the stone platform were even more surprised. These two teams were the first to arrive here. They had carefully observed the square runes on the stone platform just now, but they did not find any valuable clues. Look, the runes are sucking blood. Someone from the Illusory Rain Sect exclaimed. Sucking blood? The hearts of everyone present could not help but be startled. As expected, the strange runes on the platform began to move. The blood on the ground surged toward the runes at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then it quickly merged with the runes. The blood on the ground was naturally the blood of the Shura Sect disciple that Ko Tianqin had just killed. The disciple's death was so tragic that the blood rained down on the runes on the platform. No one expected Ko Tianqin's unintentional action to open the door to the secrets hidden in this place. Buzz! When the last drop of blood was absorbed by the runes, an extremely powerful aura suddenly spread out from the stone platform. The mysterious patterns lit up in an instant, bursting forth with a resplendent brilliance. The colorful runes intertwined with each other like the essence energy extracted from the rainbow after the rain. The runes were gorgeous like the ancient runes. An ancient and desolate aura surged out like a spring. Boom! Then the sky above the valley rumbled with thunder and lightning. Rocks were piled up in the valley while huge mountains towered outside. The towering mountains around the valley emitted a majestic aura. Strong winds stirred and the sea of clouds stirred. Rays of strange white light flickered between heaven and earth. In an instant, the stone platform erupted with a dazzling, colorful light like the sun. The mighty and vigorous chi wave was like a torrent that had broken through a dam, sweeping in all directions. The expressions of the Shura Sect and Illusory Rain Sect changed. Retreat! Retreat! Without any hesitation, more than 30 figures from both sides immediately retreated to the back. The people from Moon Execution City, Thousand Crane Sect, and Heavenly Sword Pavilion were also forced back by the aura that originated from the stone platform. Fist Master Tsang Yuanjia, Heavenly Sword Pavilion's young master Mufong, Ko Tianqin, Planet Sherwin, Tu-Yi, and the ordinary-looking young man from the Illusory Rain Sect looked at each other in shock. However, before everyone could figure out what was happening, something even more shocking happened. The huge rocks piled up in the valley released a bright brilliance. The strange patterns on the rocks flickered like lightning. Buzz! Buzz! Under many pairs of surprised gazes, all the stones rose into the air, left the ground, and floated in the air. The huge rocks that filled the sky were like meteorites in the vast starry sky. They floated in the sky above the valley and were shrouded in bright silver light patterns. What's going on? What the hell is going on? Yi Tai from Moon Execution City frowned and shouted in a deep voice. Buzz! Boom! Just as he finished speaking, a few huge rocks on one side suddenly flew across the sky and swept up a powerful aura toward the stone platform in the center. It was as if hundreds of people responded to a single call. The huge rocks in other directions seemed to be attracted by a magnetic force. One by one, they flew to the top of the stone platform and gathered together. The people from the various teams were shocked. The huge rocks that floated around the crowd roared and gathered on the stone platform. The sky was dark and the clouds were swept away by the wind. The turbulent airflow set off a piercingly cold whirlpool. The huge traction caused the area within a radius of dozens of miles to fall into chaos. The rocks had edges and corners and were of different shapes. Some were square, some were round, and some were triangular. The rocks were arranged in an orderly manner, and the gaps between the edges were very tight. On Sherwin Planet, Ko Tianqin and Yi Tai looked at each other, and the former blurted out subconsciously, "Is it building a building on its own?" Ko Tianqin narrowed his eyes and did not answer. Instead, he looked at the people from Moon Execution City, Shura Sect, Illusory Rain Sect, and Heavenly Sword Pavilion. What was the purpose of these people's visit? Rumble. The collision of the huge rocks sounded like a stampede of 10,000 horses and waves. Chu Hen and Luo Mingshan, who were hiding in the dark, looked cautious. After all the unique stones were piled together, an enormous stone tablet with a majestic aura that was like a mountain appeared in everyone's line of sight. This is... wow. Everyone's pupils shrank, and their faces were filled with deep shock. It was a stone monument that was more than 1,000 feet tall. It was narrow at the top and wide at the bottom. It was grand and majestic, like a stone pillar that reached the heavens. The stone monument stood steadily on the stone platform in the center. If everyone present had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed that the strange rocks that were piled up all over the place could form such a majestic stone monument in just a few blinks of an eye. The combination of the rocks was just right. It could be said to be perfect. There was not a single protruding edge or edge. Soon after, the stone platform below burst into a brilliant rainbow light again. Beams of light that looked like colorful vines intertwined with each other and extended up the stone monument's wall. Waves of beautiful and resplendent light enveloped the top and bottom of the stone tablet, and within the light, mysterious runes were rapidly lighting up. In the blink of an eye, the majestic stone monument's wall was covered with inscriptions. The inscriptions were strange and mysterious, and they similarly emanated an extremely obscure and restless aura. It's the talisman inscriptions. I found it. Shifeng Zi really did come here all those years ago. An excited voice resounded from the group from Moon Execution City, and it was the young woman called Little Win who spoke. What? Talisman inscriptions? Shifeng Zi? The members of the Thousand Crane sect were slightly astounded. Wasn't Shifeng Zi the #1 talisman master that roamed through the 100 Kingdoms all those years ago? The square talisman inscriptions he created in the past could be said to have caused a stir. Ko Tianqin and Sherwin Xing looked at each other and immediately understood the purpose of these people's visit. Chapter 467. It was earth-shattering and shook the surroundings. Looking at the 300-meter tall stone tablet that suddenly appeared on the stone platform, the faces of the Azura Sect, Illusory Rain Sect, Sky Split, Sword Pavilion, Thousand Crane Sect, and Moon End City were filled with shock and astonishment. The 300-meter tall stone tablet soared into the sky. A majestic aura that was as majestic as a mountain filled the heavens and earth, filling the entire space. Standing before the majestic stone tablet, everyone felt as if they were standing beneath a mountain. All of them were suppressed by the terrifying aura to the point that their blood was restless. As if they were carrying an invisible burden, the surface of the stone tablet was covered in strange and mysterious runes. The work of the gods was like the ancient words and numbers, dazzling and resplendent. They're all runes. Yi Tai took a step forward from the Moon End Cities group, and he couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. Psang Yuanjia, Tu Yi, Ko Tianchen, Sherwin Xing, and the others couldn't help but narrow their eyes. Numerous gorgeous runes were inscribed on the stone tablet, and the most eye-catching were 4 runes. Those 4 runes were inscribed on the peak of the stone tablet. One of them was a dazzling blood-red color, and it looked like a ferocious beast that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. The second rune was in the shape of a twisted stripe, and it looked like a ball of intertwined threads. It was black in color. The other rune's shape was rather peculiar, and it looked like two koi fish that were playing with each other. As for the 4 runes, they were a gentle gold in color, and they were like strands of flaming clouds that emitted a sacred radiance. It's the 4-direction rune. Frenzy, Transformation, Clone, and the Heavenly Spirit rune. It really is here. Boom! Whoosh! In an instant, everyone was extremely excited, and their eyes instantly revealed a dense, burning intent. In the next moment, 1 or 2 figures from the Illusory Rain sect, Azura sect, and Moon End City that were relatively close to each other burst out, and they charged towards the 4-direction rune, like flowing lights and phantoms. "Don't be rash," Song Yuenja of Moon End City shouted. However, the few of them whose minds were occupied by the sigil of the 4 directions did not hear the warning at all. Right when they arrived before the stone tablet and stretched out their hands towards the talisman markings on the stone tablet, along with a terrifying aura that was like a raging torrent, an expanse of powerful and dazzling brilliance that seemed like the sun completely erupted from the stone tablet, heaven and earth dimmed, and bursts of dazzling aurora stung everyone's eyes. The entire valley was instantly illuminated by the white light. Bang, bang, bang. What followed was a series of muffled explosions. The few figures close to the stone tablet exploded into clouds of blood mist as if they had been hit by the divine light. He didn't even have the chance to scream before he died on the spot. Everyone who witnessed this scene was astounded. This power could be said to be terrifying. The piercingly cold wind was blowing, and everyone's face was surging with a solemn expression. After all, it wasn't that easy to obtain the 4-sided curse seal. "Don't act rashly." Song Yuenja furrowed his brows and swept a cold glance at the people from the other sections. He didn't expect it to happen so suddenly. Now that it had come to this, they would have to compete with the geniuses of the Illusory Rain sect, Thousand Crane sect, Azura sect, and Sky-Piercing Sword Pavilion. The difficulty was extremely high. Under such circumstances, the best way was to strike later and gain the upper hand. They would first wait for the others to fight to the death before reaping the benefits. However, everyone had already been exposed, so Song Yuenja's idea wasn't that brilliant. The people from the various sects all had ulterior motives. No one dared to act rashly again. Buzz! Buzz! The surging divine light lingered around the stone tablet with astonishing might. It was like an unbreakable barrier that no one dared to approach. However, everyone could clearly sense that the power that originated from the stone tablet wasn't always that powerful. The energy fluctuations that erupted from it were slowly and weakly receding. Even so, no one had the intention to challenge the stone tablet's power again. "Senior Brother Tuyi, what should we do?" Someone from the Azura sect asked in a deep voice. Yi coldly glanced at Ko Tianchin and Sherwin Xing before replying with a sneer. "Humph, we'll act according to the circumstances." The momentum in front of them was monstrous as mighty waves of air filled the sky. Chu Hen and Luo Mingshang, who were in the rear, were still quietly observing the situation. "Strange, why is there a stone tablet here?" Chu Hen muttered to himself. Luo Mingshang looked up and said softly, "Shifeng Zi made it." Chu Hen smiled. "What I mean is that Shifeng Zi wouldn't make a stone tablet here for no reason. It's not a small project. The secret is most likely related to that stone platform," Luo Mingshang replied. Chu Hen slightly nodded his head, expressing his agreement. From afar, the giant stone tablet towered over the stone platform. In terms of momentum, it had already overshadowed the ladder. However, if one were to look closely, it was not difficult to discover that the brilliant light pattern on the stone tablet originated from the vast stone platform below. At this moment, the sacred winged heavenly flame sparrow in Chu Hen's body sent a signal. Damn brat, get ready to attack. Huh. Chu Hen was stunned. He frowned slightly and asked in a deep voice, Attack what? The energy we need is in the stone platform below the stone tablet. We have to go inside. F***CK, are you kidding me? Didn't you see how strong that energy is? What good will it do you if you send me to my death? There are many benefits. If you die, I can devour your divine soul and seize your demon eye bloodline. Shut your beak. Are you going or not? Those people don't dare to make a move for now. If they make a move and the situation becomes chaotic, it will be difficult for you to find that energy in peace. The sacred winged, heavenly flame sparrow was rather serious. Chu Hen hesitated for a moment before replying, How do I get inside? There is a crack in the boundary southeast of the stone platform. The defense there is the weakest. After you enter, just hit the wall and you'll be able to enter. Hit the wall? The corner of Chu Hen's eyes twitched. Why did it seem like the damn bird was asking him to die? Are you sure you're not joking? What's the point of saying all this? The more time you waste, the fewer chances you have. All right, I'll believe you this time. What about Meng Chong? Do you still think this is a vacation? Ask her for a favor. Help? Chu Hen could not help but be stunned. What's wrong? Luo Mengchong saw that Chu Hen's expression was a little strange and could not help but ask softly. Chu Hen hesitated for a moment before saying, Mengchong, I sense that the energy I need is below the stone tablet. I need to enter the stone platform later. Luo Mengchong frowned slightly, feeling slightly surprised. But the defense there is very strong. I know what I'm doing. However, if I act now in front of so many people, I'm afraid it will attract attention. So, I want to ask you for a favor. All right, no problem. Luo Mengchong replied with a faint smile. What do you want me to help you with? Chu Hen smiled gently. There was a hint of gentleness between his brows. It's very simple. You just need to attract their attention. Immediately, Chu Hen briefly explained his plan to Luo Mengchong. She nodded, indicating that it was very easy to do. Be careful, Luo Mengchong said. I will, Chu Hen replied softly. Immediately after, Luo Mengchong's figure moved and quietly went around the back area in another direction. Chu Hen's eyes narrowed slightly as he quietly released the power of the sacred demonic pupil. Along with a faint burning sensation, Chu Hen's eyes instantly turned a demonic purple. In the depths of his pupils, 3 black dots formed a 3-legged formation, faintly emitting an extremely strong fluctuation. Buzz buzz! Immediately after, Chu Hen's gaze directly passed through the space in front of him and looked at the stone platform below the giant stone tablet. From top to bottom, the structure of the barrier was clearly and thoroughly presented in Chu Hen's line of sight. The thick layer of defense was abnormally solid. Powerful energy flowed on the surface of the stone platform, forming an impregnable defense. And just as the sacred winged heavenly flame sparrow had said, there was a faint crack on the barrier in the southwest direction. This crack was extremely obscure. If it was not for Chu Hen's demon pupil, he would not have been able to detect it at all. Chu Hen was once again secretly shocked by the extraordinariness of a sacred winged heavenly flame sparrow. At the same time, he was quite convinced that there must be other secrets inside the stone platform. Everyone from the Illusory Rain sect, Thousand Crane sect, Azura sect, Heavenly Sword Pavilion, and Moon End City stood around the stone tablet with solemn and cautious expressions as they quietly observed the changes. Under such circumstances, the teams from the Thousand Crane sect and Azura sect that should have erupted into a fierce battle had temporarily suppressed their resentment. The famous 4-direction curse rune. For any void-piercing realm martial cultivator, it was a good thing that they could only dream of. Sensing that the stone tablet's aura was becoming more stable, everyone's eyes were burning with passion, and their hearts were also gradually turning solemn. Beasts fight for food. There is less meat and more wolves. Following this, a chaotic battle was unavoidable. Boom! Suddenly, at this moment, a deafening bang resounded in all directions from a certain direction in the valley. The people from the various factions who were in a tense state were shocked. Everyone subconsciously shifted their gazes in that direction. A mountain range several miles away suddenly collapsed with a loud rumble. The mountain collapsed, the ground cracked, and rocks flew everywhere. A violent wind blew, and a powerful force rose like a dark cloud, rushing into the sky and surging into the 9 heavens. Chapter 468. It's Meng Chang. As they looked at the pure and flawless beautiful figure that had appeared in the horizon, the eyes of everyone in Moonlit City lit up because of it. The mighty aura swept over, uprooting the mountains and toppling the trees. It rolled up the fallen leaves and sand in the sky. The people from the other forces were shocked. The aura of the opponent was so strong. How could the Moon End City have reinforcements? At the same time, seeing that Luo Mengchang had successfully attracted everyone's attention, Chu Hen's eyes turned cold, and a purple light flashed in his demonic eyes. The primal core in his body rotated rapidly, and the Alcade body technique was activated at full speed. Swoosh! Chu Hen disappeared on the spot, like a ray of light that had traveled back thousands of years. 2 flashes in a row, 3 flashes in a row, 8 flashes in a row. In the blink of an eye, Chu Hen flashed 8 times in a row, traversing hundreds of meters, and arrived at the southwest of the stone platform at lightning speed. The aura emitted by the stone tablet was especially strong. In addition, the manic energy contained in it was very complicated and modeled under normal circumstances. Any movement in this area would not escape the senses of the top geniuses of the sects and families like Tu Yi, Ko Tianqin, and Song Yuanjia. However, because of the impact of the stone tablet's power and the commotion caused by Luo Mengchang, it had greatly limited the senses of the people present. Therefore, the trembling of the space and the chaotic airflow caused by Chu Hen's Alcade body technique were completely covered up. No one could detect it. Swoosh! Chu Hen steadily landed in front of a crack in the barrier below the stone tablet. The brightly colored light curtain was like the essence extracted from the rainbow after the rain and gathered here. It gave off a majestic aura that could not be approached. His demonic eyes flickered with a strange energy fluctuation. Without saying a word, Chu Hen stretched his arms toward the crack in the barrier at an extremely fast speed. Buzz! When Chu Hen's hands came into contact with the colorful light screen on the outside of the stone platform, an astonishing and terrifying power violently surged like an undercurrent, fiercely attacking Chu Hen. Chu Hen clenched his teeth, and the 2 powerful bloodline powers of the chaotic body and the sacred monstrous eye body were immediately released. His left hand was enveloped in a black light that resembled the flames of hell. On the other hand, his right hand flickered with a demonic purple light. Buzz! Along with a dull sound, the colorful light curtain rippled like the surface of water. Immediately afterward, the crack on the enchantment quickly extended, and a 1-meter wide gap was instantly opened. Chu Hen did not hesitate in the slightest. With a move of his body, he directly dived into it. Soon after, what appeared in front of Chu Hen was a thick wall. Between the stone bricks, there were no gaps, and not even the slightest bit of gap could be found. Crash into it! The sacred wing heavenly flame sparrow's voice, which sounded like it was taking pleasure in Xiao Chen's misfortune, rang out. Humph, you better not lie to me. Chu Hen's eyes turned ruthless. He clenched his teeth, crossed his arms in front of his body, and charged towards the wall. Boom! Right at this moment, a dazzling white light pattern erupted from the stone platform. Then the entire stone tablet shook violently. The crack that Chu Hen tore open healed at an extremely fast speed. With the stone tablet as the center, a raging wave of power swept across the entire area. The people of the major sects and forces were shocked. They quickly turned around and focused their attention on the peerless stone tablet. The runes crisscrossed and shone brilliantly. The stone tablet, which was shining brightly, stood there like a god. What happened? Why is the power of the stone tablet so unstable again? I don't know. Could it be due to time? Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. The energy waves released by the stone tablet had clearly become a lot more stable, but now it was getting angry again. At the same time, Luo Mengchang also arrived. Mengchang, you're back? Song Yuanjia smiled and stepped forward. The other people in the Moon End City team were also surprised. Luo Mingchang's return had undoubtedly improved the overall strength of the team. Naturally, they were more confident in the upcoming battle for the Four Seals. Quite a few people were stunned by Luo Mingchang's beauty. Even the young man from the Illusory Rain sect, who had been keeping a low profile the entire time, revealed a faint look of surprise. However, what was surprising was that the surprise in his eyes was different from a normal man's palpitating heart. Mengchang, where have you been for the past 2 days? Song Yuanjia continued to ask. Luo Mengchang shook her head and answered calmly, nowhere. I encountered something. What happened just now? I was attacked by a monster. Luo Mengchang replied casually. Attacked by a monster? Everyone present was slightly startled. Such a huge commotion was caused by a demonic beast's attack? And it even flattened a mountain? Most importantly, when they came here previously, they realized that there were no strong monsters in this area. What he saw were just ordinary little beasts. Tu Yi, Ko Tianqin, Sherwin Star, and the young man from the Illusory Rain sect could not help but have some doubts in their eyes. As soon as Luo Mengchang appeared, the stone tablet reacted. It was as if she was deliberately attracting everyone's attention so that she could cover for others. However, guesses were just guesses. What happened just now was too short. To be honest, it was really difficult to think of any other connection. After all, how strong was the power contained in the stone tablet? Everyone in the room had seen it clearly before. Hee, Miss Mengchang, long time no see. I didn't expect to meet you here. On the Heavenly Sword Pavilion's side, Mu Feng walked over with a smile on his face. Luo Mengchang smiled slightly. Indeed, long time no see, young master Mu Feng. The two knew each other. Everyone from the Moon End City and the Heavenly Sword Pavilion was slightly stunned. By the way, do you know the latest news about Chu Hen? Where did that bastard go? Mu Feng continued to say. Luo Mengchang shook her head gently and smiled without saying a word. She didn't mean it, but the listener knew it. The members of the Thousand Crane sect couldn't help but be stunned. They know Chu Hen as well. The members of the Thousand Crane sect instinctively glanced at Ko Tianqin. The latter's eyes were cold, and his sharp eyes were cold. What is this place? Is it inside the stone platform? At this moment, Chu Hen had appeared in a space that seemed like a secret room in an underground palace. The dim underground palace was cold, and it emitted a formless, strange, and gloomy aura. Chu Hen's pair of demonic eyes surveyed his surroundings. All around him were sturdy stone walls. Light patterns intersected on the surface of the walls, as if they were covered with a layer of light net. He was basically sure that he had successfully entered the space inside the stone platform. In other words, he was below the 300 m tall stone tablet. Damned kid, did you break your head? Let's see if your head is still on your body. The sacred wing, heavenly flame, bird's voice resounded in his ears. Chu Hen rolled his eyes. Shut your mouth. After that, Chu Hen strode forward. The sound of his footsteps was extremely clear and resounding amidst this quiet space. A passageway had appeared in front of Chu Hen. It was around 2 meters tall and 1 meter wide, and it was deep, dark, and pitch black. Even Chu Hen's demonic eyes were unable to see through what was hidden within it. Chu Hen hesitated for a moment before he intended to enter the passageway. However, a wave of shocking energy swept over in the next second. Wham! Swoosh! A gorgeous net of light suddenly appeared in front of Chu Hen, and it sealed the entrance to the passageway. There's a restriction as well. Chu Hen frowned, and then he emanated a strand of his true essence towards the restriction in front of him. However, the net of light emanated strands of gentle radiance as soon as it came into contact with the restriction. Bang! The true essence that Chu Hen emanated was instantly shattered. What a domineering restriction power! Chu Hen's expression changed slightly, and his competitive spirit was aroused. The power of the demonic eyes surged again, and a beam of purple light condensed between his right fingers. He extended his fingers and once again probed the light net. Bang! Just like before, the purple light beam between his fingers was also shattered. What? Chu Hen was a little dumbfounded. Even the power of the demonic eyes that he had always been proud of couldn't be domineering in front of this restriction. He really couldn't believe it. Immediately, Chu Hen wanted to try again, but the sacred wing heavenly flame sparrow scolded him mockingly. Damn brat, no matter how many times you try, it's the same. The one who set up this restriction is an earthly pattern master. Do you think you can open it? You, don't waste time. Your cultivation is ultimately not enough. No matter how strong the bloodline limit is, it's useless. Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? You didn't ask. Then what should I do now? Ha, a mere restriction of an earthly pattern master is nothing in front of me. Buzz! Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful energy, fluctuation burst out from Chu Hen's body. The ruthless aura of a ferocious beast filled the air. Immediately after, Chu Hen's body was enveloped by a layer of golden flames that were as faint as a veil. In the next instant, the powerful golden flames surged, and an extremely sharp illusory sparrow claw stretched out from the golden flames, and it slammed against the restriction light net. The cold and domineering claw was exceptionally fierce. When the two clashed, sparks flew everywhere, and light patterns flew everywhere. The extremely restless radiance violently pulsated on the light net. Soon after, with an explosive bang, the layer of light net that was blocking in front of Chu Hen immediately exploded into pieces. A powerful wave of air spread out. This restriction power was actually so fragile in front of the sacred wing, heavenly flame sparrow. Chapter 469. In the deep and dark passage, a bone-chilling cold current surged out from the inside. When it hit his body, it felt as if it was bone-chilling. Chu Hen narrowed his eyes. His demonic eyes looked even more bewitching in the dark environment. Go in, the sacred wing heavenly flame sparrow said lightly. Chu Hen rubbed his nose and smiled. What's the hurry? Then you can just stand here. That layer of restriction was like an indestructible diamond net to him, but it was useless in front of the sacred winged heavenly flame sparrow. Chu Hen could clearly sense that the sacred wing heavenly flame sparrow was much stronger than when it was in the 1,000 crane sect. In other words, the sacred wing heavenly flame sparrow's strength was recovering in a way he didn't expect. If this continued, Chu Hen was truly afraid that one day, when the boundary of his bloodline was no longer able to suppress the other party, what kind of unpredictable consequences would occur. What, are you worried that I'll swallow you? The sacred wing, heavenly flame, sparrow teased. Humph. Do you think I'm afraid of a damned bird like you? Good that you're not afraid. You better run faster with your cultivation. When the day comes that you can't suppress me, you'll suffer. You talk too much. Chu Hen scolded and simply ignored the other party. Immediately after, with a move of his body, he shot into the tunnel in front of him. Soon, Chu Hen entered another space from the passage. His vision suddenly brightened, and an even more vast underground palace appeared in front of Chu Hen. The air was filled with a chilly chill. The underground palace was huge, and the ground was paved with hard marble. Gentle light patterns flowed on the surrounding walls. I didn't expect there to be another world beneath this stone tablet. Chu Hen murmured softly. He scanned his surroundings. The light in the palace was rather dim, but there were no obstructions with his demon eyes. There was a groove in the center of the enormous underground palace. The groove was square and about 50 meters wide. There were steps around the notch, and the height of the steps decreased as they extended downwards. When Chu Hen walked closer to take a look, he discovered that the groove was actually a strange pool. A 7 to 8 meters wide stone beam extended from Chu Hen's feet to the other side of the pool. A dark underground palace. A strange pond, the air was suffused with a wave of desolate aura that had been sealed for a long time. Anyone would be puzzled by this. What exactly was this pool used for? The pool and the stone beam in the middle were made of a kind of dark stone. It was smooth and flat, polished like a mirror. Moreover, numerous strange talisman markings and secret talismans were inscribed on the steps around the pool, and the markings flickered between bright and dark while emitting a gentle glow. They interweaved horizontally and vertically like patterns of vines, but also like ancient numbers. However, what attracted Chu Hen's attention the most was the liquid in the pool. It was a strange liquid that had a faint golden color, as if gold powder had been sprinkled on the water. A dense, white mist rose from the surface of the water. What a pure energy source! Chu Hen's eyes lit up, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. So it's the shallow, spiritual, sweet soul liquid. No wonder it has such a pure energy aura. The sacred wing heavenly flame sparrow said softly, as if it was talking to itself, but also as if it was telling Chu Hen. Shallow, spiritual, sweet soul liquid? What's that? Simply put, it's a kind of treasure that can only be nurtured deep in the mountains where the spiritual energy is the most abundant. This kind of spiritual liquid is nurtured by gathering the spiritual energy of all living things in the forest. Apart from that, it will also be infused with the fresh blood of dead demon beasts and animals as nutrients. The greatest effect of this spiritual liquid, nurtured by the earth, is to refine the mind and nourish the soul. Refine the mind and nourish the soul? Chu Hen raised his eyebrows and blurted out. In other words, this shallow spiritual sweet soul liquid's main effect is to counter the street tree Reiki energy of the inscription master. Yes, the sacred wing heavenly flame sparrow did not deny it and continued, but it's also helpful to me and your demon pupil's sacred physique. After listening to the sparrow's simple explanation, Chu Hen's eyes immediately lit up. At the thought of being able to use this to break through to the 4-star demon pupil, he could not help but feel a burning anticipation in his heart. However, Chu Hen was not in a hurry to collect the shallow, spiritual, sweet soul liquid contained in the pool. Instead, he took a step forward, directly stepped onto the stone bridge in front of him, and walked forward. The stone bridge that was 7 to 8 meters wide lay across the 2 sides of the large pool, like a stone bridge without railings. Chu Hen walked to the center of the stone bridge and saw that there was actually a short stone table there. Beside the stone table was a stone seat that was about the same height as a prayer mat. If I'm not wrong, Senior Shifeng Z most likely cultivated here. Chu Hen murmured softly. Chu Hen still had quite a bit of respect for the Earth-grade inscription master who had been famous for a period of time and had dominated the 100 Kingdoms for decades. If that's the case, could it be that Senior Shifeng Z used the shallow, spiritual, sweet soul liquid to treat his injuries back then? As everyone knew, the most plausible reason for Shifeng Z's disappearance was that he had suffered a backlash when he was setting up the rune technique. In order to avoid being targeted by some people with bad intentions, Shifeng Z had disappeared into the wind and waves, according to a normal person's train of thought. It was very likely that Shifeng Z had hidden away to secretly heal his injuries. Coupled with the shallow, spiritual, sweet soul liquid in the pool, it could almost confirm Chu Hen's thoughts. But had Shifeng Z successfully recovered? This was a problem. If he had recovered from his injuries, then he should have returned to the outside world's view. But if he had failed, where was Shifeng Z now? Was he alive or dead? Suddenly, from the corner of Chu Hen's eyes, he saw that there was an open scroll on the stone table. Because the light in the underground palace was dim, and the scroll was covered in dust, If one did not walk to the side, it would be really difficult to see this thing at a glance. With a bit of curiosity and a bit of precaution, Chu Hen extended his hand and picked up the scroll. The thick dust gave off an aura that had been sealed for a long time. Huff! Chu Hen gently blew on the scroll. Along with the flying dust, the contents of the scroll appeared in front of the pair of demon eyes. It was the rune technique. Chu Hen's eyelids lifted. On the scroll was a series of rune numbers, and Chu Hen could only recognize a small part of them. In other words, most of the runes depicted on it were Earth-grade runes. Moreover, this rune's secret tome was only a remnant. The description at the beginning was very vigorous and powerful, but the more he read, the more scattered it became, as if he was unable to do as he wished. More than half of the scroll was blank, and there was a string of characters below that blank area. Looking closely, it was not a rune, but a line of small words. Chapter 470. Since I can't subdue you, I shall suppress you for a lifetime. As he read the words at the back of the scroll, Chu Hen could faintly sense a piercingly cold and domineering aura from it. Was this written by Sifengzi? Who could he not subdue? Who could he suppress for a lifetime? Gurgle! Suddenly, at this moment, tiny bubbles suddenly appeared in the pool behind Chu Hen. At the bottom of the faintly golden liquid, there was a white figure swimming about. Immediately after, an extremely cold aura suddenly surged over. Chu Hen's heart suddenly jumped as the hairs on his body involuntarily stood on end. Boom! Without waiting for Chu Hen to turn his head around, the pool behind him suddenly exploded. Countless splashes of water splashed up. Along with an incomparably powerful sound of breaking wind, a white figure swept up a powerful air wave in gales as it ferociously swept towards Chu Hen's Sunflame shield. Greatly alarmed, Chu Hen hurriedly released a magnificent illusory light. Golden red illusory flames instantly formed, forming an impregnable defensive shield around his body. Bang! A heavy explosion immediately rang out, creating a rain of sparks in the air. Immediately after, Chu Hen was directly sent flying by an incomparably violent impact. Boom! With a bang, he heavily smashed into the wall at the side of the underground palace. The light patterns on the wall flickered like rays of light, and a beautiful brilliance appeared. The force that originated from Chu Hen's body was instantly dissolved, and the wall behind him was still completely undamaged. Cough, cough! However, after withstanding this sudden and ferocious attack, Chu Hen only felt the blood in his body churning. All the bones in his body nearly fell apart. The Sunflame shield also flickered like a layer of illusory bubbles. A single attack had nearly broken through the defense of the Sunflame body tempering technique. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Soon after, an incomparably cold wind swept over like an ice blade. A huge monster quietly appeared in front of him. In the instant that Chu Hen raised his head, even his demonic and charming demonic pupils trembled tightly. What entered his eyes was a huge white snake. The appearance of this giant snake was obviously much more terrifying than ordinary giant pythons. The dense and thick scales were in a three-dimensional rhombus shape, and the sharp edges formed into the shape of an erect spike. If one was lightly scratched by its body, one's skin would definitely be lacerated. Its huge body was more than 10 meters wide, and just the part of its body that was outside the pool was already 50 to 60 meters long. The white snake stood up, a pair of dark green snake eyes emitting a cold light. What was even more shocking was that there were several slightly protruding strange horns on its head. The horn looked like a crown. Terrifying. It wasn't just his appearance that was terrifying. What was even more terrifying was the terrifying aura that was emanating from his body. The temperature in the underground palace suddenly dropped to freezing point. A few words popped up in Chu Hen's mind when he saw the crown-like horn on the man's head. White-scaled Serpent Emperor. Serpent Emperor, not a king. This is a mother of *King Beast Emperor. Chu Hen did all he could to keep himself calm, but in his heart it was hard for him to control the raging waves that were set off. Go. I have to go. Without a doubt, with Chu Hen's current cultivation, he had no other choice but to run when he encountered a terrifying existence at the level of a beast emperor. Chu Hen definitely wouldn't do something that would send him to his death. The white-scaled serpent emperor stared coldly at Chu Hen as it spat out its red, forked tongue. Even the tip of its tongue was covered with fine barbs. If one was careless and was licked by it, a layer of one's skin would instantly be torn off. However, the other party didn't attack Chu Hen immediately. It could vaguely feel that there was an aura within this weak human that even it was afraid of. The atmosphere fell into a deathly silence. Chu Hen looked in the direction of the exit. The passageway was on the other side of the pool. If he wanted to leave, he would have to pass under the eyes of the white-scaled serpent emperor. This was an almost impossible task for Wu Xiao, who was at the void-piercing realm. Brat, don't panic. What you need to do now is to kill this loach. The sacred winged heavenly flame, birds, mocking laughter rang out. From the other party's tone, it was obvious that it already knew that there was a terrifying beast emperor hidden here. Chu Hen immediately felt that he had been tricked by this damn bird. It was fine if it didn't warn him earlier, but now it was making such sarcastic remarks. It really made Chu Hen angry. Do you really think it's a loach, you damn bird? I don't want to joke around with you, here with my life. You don't want the sky spirit sweet soul fluid anymore. Your life is more important. What's there to be afraid of? The inscription stone tablet outside and the talisman inscription technique here are all seals that suppress it. Its strength has been suppressed by at least 90%. Otherwise, do you think you would still have the ability to crawl up from the ground after that strike from before? Oh, his words woke him up, and he suddenly understood. Chu Hen immediately understood the meaning of the line of words he had just seen on the scroll. Since I can't subdue you, I'll suppress you for now. In that case, back then, Shifengzi had intended to subdue this white-scaled serpent emperor, but for some reason he didn't succeed. Therefore, he suppressed it here. The white-scaled serpent emperor was ferocious by nature, and its strength was even more terrifying. The stone platform outside and the stone tablet covered in seal power were used to seal and suppress this fierce beast. However, the people from the major sects outside were waiting for the power of the seal to weaken so that they could seize the seal in the 4 directions. They didn't know that once the seal was destroyed, the serpent emperor would rush out. At that time, it would be suicidal. In just a short moment, many thoughts had already appeared in Chu Hen's mind. His eyes turned cold, but before he could act, the white-scaled serpent emperor actually rushed towards Chu Hen. It opened its huge mouth and revealed its ferocious fangs, biting towards him. Damn it! Chu Hen was shocked, and he quickly used the Alcade movement technique to dodge to the side. Boom! The white-scaled serpent emperor's head smashed into the wall of the underground palace like a huge hammer. The force flew everywhere and light patterns burst out. The patterns on the wall rippled like the surface of water, absorbing all of the force of the impact. What a powerful defensive seal! Chu Hen was secretly shocked. That Shifengzi was indeed worthy of being the #1 rune artist in the 100 Kingdoms. The rune technique that he set up here was really powerful. After dodging the white-scaled serpent emperor's attack, Chu Hen flew down and left a series of afterimages in the air. Then he took out a glass container the size of a water bottle and rushed towards the pool. Chu Hen's intention was very simple. He would leave after collecting a bottle of shallow spirit, sweet soul fluid. What kind of ability does what kind of thing? Although more than 90% of the white-scaled serpent emperor's power was suppressed by the seal, Chu Hen didn't dare to underestimate it due to the fear and respect of a beast emperor. Of course, what Chu Hen was most worried about at this moment was that the people outside did not know that there was such a terrifying monster hidden here. If they destroyed the stone tablet because they fought for the power of the 4-direction seal, then the consequences would be terrible. However, the white-scaled serpent emperor's intelligence was not inferior to that of a human. Through its perception of the power of the seal, it could basically confirm that something was definitely happening outside, although it didn't know what exactly was happening outside. If this continued, even if the seal was not destroyed, the power that was suppressing it would definitely weaken. When that happened, it would be able to break free from the cage and break free. Therefore, the white-scaled serpent emperor would definitely not let Chu Hen leave and tell the people outside that it was sealed here. Buzz! In the blink of an eye, just as Chu Hen threw the glass bottle into the pool, a strong and thick serpent tail swept towards him. Bang! The glass bottle instantly shattered into pieces. The terrifying impact caused the space to tremble, and Chu Hen was once again sent flying. Cough! Blood surged up and his organs trembled. This time, Chu Hen coughed out a mouthful of blood. Stupid bird! Didn't you say that more than 90% of its power was suppressed? Chu Hen scolded in a low voice. That's right. It was indeed suppressed by more than 90%. Then why is it still so fierce? It's a beast emperor. Even with 90% of its power suppressed, it still has the power of a level 5 or 6 beast king. The sacred winged, heavenly flame, bird replied lazily. The power of a level 5 or 6 beast king. Chu Hen was so angry that he almost vomited blood. This stupid bird was clearly trying to trick him. SSS. After hitting its opponent twice in a row, the white-scaled serpent emperor had more or less a grasp of Chu Hen's abilities. The only thing that it was confused about was how Chu Hen was able to make it here with his strength. But this was not important. The white-scaled serpent emperor revealed its ferocious nature, its hideous face revealing its savage nature. The crown-shaped antennae on its head exploded with a violent energy wave. Streaks of white cyclones of light gathered together, releasing a thick aura of destruction. Buzz! The white-scaled serpent emperor lowered its head, and in an instant a seemingly solid white beam of light shot out, tearing through the air towards Chu Hen. Stupid brat, this is its pure primordial radiance. If you take it head-on, you'll definitely die. The sacred winged, heavenly flame, bird reminded. It seemed like a nervous and cautious sentence, but when it came out of its mouth, it sounded as if it had ill intentions. You'd better shut up. I'm annoyed by your voice. Chu Hen dodged continuously. As he dodged the white beam of light, a strong evil light burst out from his purple pupils. His body moved, and when he found the right time, Chu Hen dashed out horizontally, instantly arriving in front of the white-scaled serpent emperor. Whoosh! Chapter 471. The demon Punisher spear, which was engulfed in a dark red light and wrapped in a demonic purple light, carried an unstoppable destructive force and attacked the center of the white-scaled serpent emperor's head. Bang! A series of sparks splashed in the air, and a circle of scattered true essence swept out. Chu Hen felt as if his spear had stabbed into an iron plate and did not cause any damage to the opponent at all. Chu Hen frowned. This shouldn't be the case. The power of the spear just now should have been able to break through the defense of a level 5 or 6 beast king. Could it be that the power of the seal only suppressed 90% of the white-scaled serpent emperor's attack and did not weaken its defense? If that was the case, then it would not just be a little bit of trouble. In the next second, the diamond-shaped scales on the white-scaled serpent emperor's body flashed with a strange green light, and its vertical snake eyes also appeared with a green light. A powerful hidden force that was like a torrent surged back along the body of the demon slayer spear. Pum! Chu Hen's arms trembled violently, and an extreme numbness spread to his shoulders. He was almost sent flying again along with the spear. Kiki! The white-scaled serpent emperor's eyes were full of contempt and mockery, and the aura of a beast king emitted from its body made Chu Hen feel as if there was an invisible weight pressing down on his body. This was a kind of innate and domineering aura of a high-level demonic beast. In front of the white-scaled serpent emperor, Chu Hen's aura was continuously suppressed, and it was suppressed to the lowest point. Wong. The strong wind danced, and the space trembled. The cold current wreaked havoc in the entire underground palace, and the white-scaled serpent emperor pounced towards Chu Hen again. The fine scales on its body stood up like thorns, and it was filled with a murderous aura. And its aura surged, Chu Hen's expression changed slightly. In a hurry, he hurriedly placed the demon Punisher spear in front of him and forcefully blocked the opponent's attack. Pung! True essence splashed out like meteors. Chu Hen quickly retreated, and both of his feet landed on the wall behind him. As he unloaded the powerful inertia of his body, he first bent his knees and then fiercely exerted force through his heels. With a swoosh, Chu Hen bounced back towards the white-scaled serpent emperor like a cannonball. While he was moving, Chu Hen instantly put away the demon Punisher spear, and the limitless Fong reappeared in his hand. Buzz, buzz! Previously, the limitless Fong was a black saber, but after Tuoba Shah used the sacrificial refining technique to upgrade it, the blade had a dark red luster, and within that red light, there were also strands of gray light. White Loach, take this! Chu Hen let out a loud shout, and the limitless Fong immediately burst out with an incomparably surging dark red radiance. Bursts of thunderous sound stacked up, mixed with the chaotic roars of demon beasts. As the baleful aura poured down, Chu Hen raised his blade above his head, as if he was holding a flaming blade with vigorous flames. Boom! The speed was extremely fast, and the attack was extremely strong. Chu Hen's attack landed solidly on the left side of the white-scaled serpent emperor's neck. The explosion of dark red splendor was like a huge tide of water splashing out. The majestic and mighty energy wave wantonly spread out, causing the entire underground palace to shake. The defensive restrictions in all directions were activated, and the light patterns and numbers that were all over the stone walls flickered with a beautiful luster. The waves of the pool below soared tens of meters into the sky, and even the mysterious runes on the surrounding steps were quickly activated and lit up. In an instant, the dense mist in the pool rose like a mist, and the golden waves sparkled under the clear light. The dim underground palace instantly became magnificent, as if it was a celestial palace of a god. However, what made Chu Hen even more surprised was that this extremely destructive strike still didn't leave a single wound on the white-scaled serpent emperor's body. There was only a shallow mark on the scales that were floating with a green light. Kiki! The white-scaled serpent emperor let out a mocking hiss. It was laughing at this human's stupidity and ignorance. In the next second, a strange green light exploded from the white-scaled serpent emperor's body, and an even more terrifying counterforce than before surged towards Chu Hen. Bang! The surging hidden force surged towards him, and this time, Chu Hen almost bounced off the blade in his hand. What was going on? Chu Hen was pushed back a little awkwardly. Just now, when he attacked with the demon Punisher spear, he wasn't able to pierce through the opponent's defense. It was most likely because the level of the spiritual weapon wasn't high enough, and the destructive power it contained couldn't break through the opponent's scales. That was why Chu Hen switched out the Limitless Fong. Now, the Limitless Fong's level was already comparable to the top 5 treasures on the spiritual weapon ranking. Logically speaking, with a treasure of this level and his own strength, he shouldn't be unable to break through even one of the opponent's scales. Xiao! Before Chu Hen had time to think, a beam of red light suddenly flew towards him. Chu Hen's pupils shrank slightly. This red light was actually the white-scaled serpent emperor's red tongue. Wang! The red tongue released a demonic glow, and the dense barbs on its surface flickered with a cold, killing intent. Chu Hen didn't dare to be careless. With a flip of his body, he dodged the opponent's attack in midair. The sharp red tongue swept past Chu Hen's left shoulder. Even though it didn't directly touch his arm, the aura that covered the snake's tongue still split the air and cut open the flesh on Chu Hen's shoulder. In the next moment, a sharp numbing sensation spread through his body. Hiss! Chu Hen's eyebrows furrowed. He didn't doubt that if that attack had landed on his body, it would have pierced through his chest. Fortunately, Chu Hen had a lot of actual combat experience. He didn't care about the small injuries on his body, and he once again used the speed of the light, shaking movement technique to attack the white-scaled serpent emperor. Bang! Boom! Slash after slash. The limitless fang slashed at the opponent's body, causing a shower of sparks to fly. But every time it was to no avail. He wasn't able to break through the opponent's defenses. No, every time Chu Hen launched an attack, he would be met with a fierce backlash after a series of fierce battles. Chu Hen was unbearably tired. Hey, stupid brat, is it fun? If you continue like this, you won't live for more than 10 minutes, the saintly winged, heavenly flame sparrow said with a smile. Chu Hen rolled his eyes and scolded in a low voice. If you have something to say, then say it quickly. I'm going to die, so you can go to hell with me. Hee, don't be in such a hurry. Haven't you realized that every time you attack, the hidden force that you use to counterattack is your own strength? And then, just as Chu Hen finished asking, the white-scaled serpent emperor's huge tail attacked him, and he was directly sent flying. He crashed on the ground for more than 10 meters before he could stop. Fortunately, Chu Hen's physical body was strong enough. If it was someone else, they would have been tortured to death a few times over. Fine, let's put it simply. Otherwise, you're really going to die. The saintly winged heavenly flame sparrow couldn't stand it anymore. The white-scaled serpent emperor's scales are immune to metal weapons. Immune to weapons? Chu Hen was shocked, his face full of astonishment. That's right. Not only is it immune to weapons, but its scales can also reflect your strength attacks. So, unless you've been soaked in a special grass liquid or you have an absolute advantage in strength, no matter how you attack, it'll be useless. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I'll kill you, you slut. Chu Hen was so angry that his teeth itched. He had an urge to drag that stupid bird out and beat it up. Hee, you were the one who didn't tell me to talk just now, and now you're blaming me? Cut the crap. Get to the point. Boom! A powerful gust of wind swept over, and the white-scaled serpent emperor spat out a lightning-like white light from its mouth. The extremely violent and destructive undulation was filled with the aura of death. Chu Hen almost rolled on the ground to avoid it. Don't use weapons, the saintly winged heavenly flame sparrow said. What? In comparison, it'll be easier for you to injure it with your bare hands. No matter how he thought about it, this didn't seem like a good idea. However, Chu Hen didn't have the time to doubt the veracity of the other party's words. The white-scaled serpent emperor didn't intend to give him a way out at all. He had no other choice but to fight. Immediately, Chu Hen put away the limitless fang. Boom! Immediately after, a towering might erupted like a mountain torrent. Surging black light rose like the flames of the underworld. The energy of primal chaos exploded, causing Chu Hen's aura to multiply. At this moment, the white-scaled serpent emperor's terrifying tail swung over fiercely again, and a majestic pressure pressed down like a mountain. Chu Hen's eyes turned cold. His fist, which was surrounded by black vital energy waves, collided head-on with the serpent's tail. Bang! The huge underground palace shook violently. Dazzling white light and dense black light immediately burst forth. Violent waves of air rose like clouds. Chu Hen's feet supported the ground as he retreated. What was different from before was that the white-scaled serpent emperor was also quickly bounced back this time. Crack! More than 10 scales cracked open, and traces of blood floated in the air. It really worked. Chu Hen's eyes lit up, and his face revealed a look of pleasant surprise. Although the blood in his body was also churning, and the bones in his hands were about to break, at least he had regained some ground. Humph, Serpent Emperor, right? The Emperor of Beasts, right? I had a good time beating you up just now. Let's see if I don't skin you alive today. Chu Hen roused himself, and he charged straight at the serpent with a violent aura. As the chaotic force stacked and rose, a dense patch of dark lightning spread out from within his body. The white-scaled serpent emperor's vertical pupils were filled with a sinister coldness. The scales that covered its body also stood up, and it swept up a powerful beast emperor aura as it faced Chu Hen. At this moment, in the valley outside, buzz! The clouds in the sky surged, and a towering mountain towered into the sky. The airflow in the entire valley became chaotic. Everyone from Moon Execution City, Shura Sect, Thousand Crane Sect, Illusory Rain Sect, and Heavenly Sword Pavilion had their eyes gathered on the stone monument in front of them. The light patterns that resembled colorful vines were resplendent and dazzling. However, the energy waves released by the stone monument fluctuated between strong and weak. It was extremely unstable. The ground of the mountains trembled faintly, and everyone could vaguely sense a strange aura. What's going on? Is the restriction about to be removed? Chapter 472. Outside the underground palace in the valley, the geniuses and experts of the various sects stared at the majestic, restless, and extremely unstable seal stone tablet in front of them. The 100-meter-tall stone monument towered into the sky like a towering mountain. Gorgeous and mysterious runes covered the surface of the tablet. They were dazzling as if they were engraved by holy rainbows or ancient characters. It was eye-catching, amidst the numerous strange talisman markings. The most eye-catching one was the seal runes in all 4 directions. Everyone's faces were filled with excitement and bewilderment. The stone tablet was becoming more and more unstable. What was going on? Was the barrier about to be removed? Or was there some other reason? In the Moon End City team, Luo Mingshang frowned slightly and pursed her lips. Her beautiful eyes were filled with worry. Chu Hen had been inside the stone tablet for some time. The reason why the monolith would set off such a chaotic aura was most likely caused by Chu Hen. What did the other party encounter inside? Luo Mingshang had no way of knowing. Everyone, why don't we work together to break through the stone tablet's barrier? At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the Illusory Rain Sect's team. The geniuses and experts from the various teams were slightly stunned. The person who spoke was none other than the young man who had been keeping a low profile since the beginning. He had an ordinary appearance and an ordinary temperament. Other than his fair skin, there was nothing outstanding about him. If such an ordinary person were to turn around and join the crowd, those who saw him would soon forget what he looked like. And this person was the leader of the Illusory Rain Sect's team. Psang Yuanjia, Tu Yi, Ko Tianchen, Sherwin Xing. The group was slightly surprised. The top geniuses of the 100 Kingdoms province's various sects were rather famous. They had heard of each other. However, they did not know the person in front of them. What's your name? In the 1,000 Crane Sect's team, Sherwin Xing stroked his chin with one hand and asked with interest. The man smiled and replied indifferently, "It's just a lowly name. It's not worth mentioning. It's not a solution for us to just wait here. Why don't we work together to break this barrier's seal? As for who gets the 4-directional curse stamp, it will be up to everyone's ability. What do you think?" Hee, this junior brother is quite confident. Shura Sect's Tu Yi smiled evilly. His white teeth were filled with coldness. When it comes to confidence, I'm afraid I can't compare to senior brother Tu Yi. Under such circumstances, the Shura Sect's senior brothers are still able to remain so calm. I'm impressed. He was naturally referring to the pressure the 2 core disciples of the 1,000 Crane Sect were exerting on the Azura Sect. Tu Yi smiled calmly. Ha, what's the big deal about this scene? It's not the first time we've dealt with each other. We all know each other's strengths and weaknesses. Humph. Ko Tianchen sneered, his eyes filled with mockery. Do you still want to continue wasting time here? The young man continued. The teams glanced at each other. Psang Yuanjia of Moon End City took the initiative to express his opinion. I agree to break through the barrier. Although all the people present here were from sects with rich resources and legacies, Moon Mark City had 8 powerful clans, and there were plenty of people with extraordinary innate talents. So, the overall strength of Moon Mark City was not much weaker than those sections. No. However, as soon as Tsang Yuanji finished speaking, he was immediately met with Luo Mingchang's objection. Everyone in the room couldn't help but frown as they revealed suspicious expressions. Luo Mingchang actually objected. She raised her beautiful eyes and opened her red lips. Everyone here knows how powerful an Earth Pattern Master is. No one can guarantee the consequences of recklessly attacking the rune technique set up by Xifeng Zi. When she said this, everyone felt that it made sense. Wu Xiao, who was in the void-piercing realm, was extremely dangerous in front of an Earth Pattern Master's rune technique. Hee, I support Miss Mengchang, said Mu Feng from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion with a smile. The others did not express much of an opinion. Just as everyone was planning to make a long-term plan, the young man from the Illusory Rain sect smiled indifferently with a profound meaning. Hee, great beauty Luo, I'm afraid that your objection is not for everyone's safety, right? Oh, everyone focused their attention on Luo Mengchang again. Then why do you think I'm doing this? Luo Mengchang replied calmly. What I want to say is, great beauty Luo, your appearance is too coincidental. The young man raised his eyebrows slightly, the smile on his face carrying a hint of femininity. Since you came with the people of Moon End City, why did you leave halfway? It has nothing to do with you, right? Hee, it's fine if you don't want to say it. Then let me guess. Perhaps you left midway because of someone? And when you appeared here, you destroyed a mountain peak and caused such a huge commotion. Whose attention were you trying to attract? All right, just as you said, you were attacked by a demonic beast. But why did the stone tablet, which had clearly calmed down, suddenly become violent and chaotic at the same time? The young man's words were clear, helping everyone sort out their confusion. Luo Mengchang did not speak. However, the young man became even more pleased. All right, beauties have their privileges, especially a beauty like great beauty Luo. Whatever she says is what it is. We'll believe what you said for now, and everything is just a coincidence. However, your objection just now was very resolute. So, let me boldly imagine that great beauty Luo is not worried about everyone's safety, but the safety of the person who came with you. The person who came with you, whoosh. His words woke everyone up from their dreams. In an instant, everyone from the various groups came to a sudden realization. Ko Tianqin, Sherwin Xing, and Tuyi were the first to explode with a sharp gleam in their eyes. Especially powerful auras exploded from their bodies. Buzz, buzz. In the next instant, 3 dazzling pillars of light burst out from the palms of the 3 people, sweeping up a powerful force that traversed the sky and hit the stone tablet solidly. Boom! It was earth-shattering and the mountains trembled. Hurricanes held between heaven and earth, and surging waves of energy set off waves of rubble and dust. The seal stone tablet, which had been attacked by an external force, was like an angry volcano, erupting with a powerful force that soared to the sky. The light curtain that lingered around the stone tablet flashed with countless divine, rainbow-like light patterns. It was as powerful as a god's. The mighty aftershock spread in all directions, and the ground beneath the valley began to split open into deep and gloomy crevices. Other than Tuyi, Ko Tianchen, Sherwin Xing, and a few other strong geniuses who could still maintain their composure, many people were shaken by the majestic aura and were forced to retreat. Looking at the seal stone tablet that was abnormally shaking violently, Luo Mengchang clenched her jade-like hands. Her pretty face changed slightly, and deep worry filled her eyes. Everyone had already seen through her and Chu Hen's plan. With Luo Mengchang's strength alone, there was no way she could stop so many experts, so she could only trust in Chu Hen. Immediately, Wu Xiao from the Illusory Rain sect Thousand Crane sect and Shura sect began to attack the stone tablet. Following that, the Moon End City team also joined in under Tsang, Yuanji's lead. On the other hand, the Heavenly Sword Pavilion did not take any action. Mu Feng narrowed his eyes and looked doubtfully at Luo Mengchang, who was not far away. He muttered to himself, "For Miss Mengchang to be so protective of someone, could it be?" The stone tablet suppressed the White Serpent King, and the underground palace trapped the Beast Emperor. In the underground palace, boom, bang, the fierce forces collided, causing all sorts of intense explosions in the underground palace. The dark green luster and the domineering black light were like meteorites colliding. Every time they collided, sparks would fly, and true essence would wreak havoc. In the huge underground palace, the battle between Chu Hen and the white-scaled Serpent Emperor was simple and violent. One man and one beast, fighting each other at close range, could be said to be exceptionally fierce and brutal. Chu Hen's entire body was enveloped in a purplish-black brilliance. Revealing a furious and domineering aura, he directly engaged in a hand-to-hand fight with his opponent with his bare hands. The white-scaled Serpent Emperor's body emitted a green light, and the powerful Beast Emperor's aura was daunting and frightening. However, after a series of fierce clashes, Chu Hen seemed to have gotten used to his opponent's oppressive aura. He was no longer as restrained as before, and the invisible pressure on his body had been greatly reduced. If anyone else were to witness this scene, they would probably be so shocked that their jaws would drop to the ground. The white-scaled Serpent Emperor, which everyone feared and would turn pale at the mention of, was actually covered in bloody wounds at this moment. Large pieces of its scales had been shattered and fallen off, and many parts of its body were badly mutilated. It looked as if it had been smashed by a heavy hammer. No one could imagine that the one who caused such injuries to the white-scaled Serpent Emperor was Wu Xiao, who was only at the 3rd rank of the void-piercing realm. Even if 90% of the white-scaled Serpent Emperor's strength was sealed, absolutely no one would believe that the other party could be injured so badly. However, Chu Hen was not much better. His entire body was covered in wounds, and fresh blood dripped from it. A large portion of the clothes on his body was dyed red by fresh blood, and a few scars were slashed on his firm and handsome face. Even so, Chu Hen's pair of demonic eyes still emitted a high fighting spirit. The more he fought, the more courageous he became. Under the strong and flourishing aura, faintly revealed a ruthless aura. Compared to the white-scaled Serpent Emperor, Chu Hen seemed to be more like a violent beast. At the beginning, while Chu Hen dodged, he saw the right opportunity and launched a counterattack. Later on, Chu Hen directly confronted the white-scaled Serpent Emperor head-on. Although most of the time, Chu Hen would be knocked back, he would quickly stand up again and fight with the Serpent Emperor. The more the white-scaled Serpent Emperor fought, the more frightened it became. It originally thought that this puny human in front of it could be easily dealt with, but it never expected that Chu Hen's strength was somewhat terrifying. Boom! The heavy and violent collision of energy once again exploded in the air, and the entire underground palace shook violently. Chu Hen's solid right fist smashed fiercely on the other party's head. The power of chaos and the power of demon eyes surged like a violent tide. A large piece of the scales on the white-scaled Serpent Emperor's forehead burst open, and blood splattered. A cold light flashed in its eyes, and it opened its mouth to spit out its blood-like tongue. Like a rainbow sword, it pierced towards Chu Hen's heart. However, Chu Hen's demon eyes also released a demonic purple light. He nimbly somersaulted in midair, avoiding the other party's attack, and landed steadily on the Serpent Emperor's head. Immediately after, Chu Hen opened his left palm, and with lightning speed he placed his left hand on the other party's head. Buzz! In the next instant, an incomparably powerful force exploded from Chu Hen's palm, and a dazzling silver light bloomed like the sun. I don't believe that you can still be F** King immune to the power of a Saint Tool. The veins on Chu Hen's arm bulged, and he shouted loudly. Chapter 473. Dubhe Star Soul Pearl. Explode. An incomparably strong and powerful aura suddenly burst forth from Chu Hen's palm. The silver light that was as bright as the sun exploded with an extremely violent impact. Chu Hen's left hand, which held the Dubhe Star Soul Pearl, was firmly pressed against the white-scaled serpent emperor's head. The blood vessels on his arm bulged, and a dazzling silver light immediately bloomed. Bang! The force of the impact was like a mountain torrent, and the deafening sound was like the crisscrossing of thunder. The space shook violently. Waves of air flew everywhere, and strong winds spread out. A large piece of white scales was blasted away, and blood splattered everywhere. A bloody hole was blasted open on the white-scaled serpent emperor's huge head. Hiss! The huge serpent's body fell from the sky, along with the dancing blood mist. It heavily smashed into the pool and splashed more than 10 meters high into the sky. The fierce, beast-like, close combat finally gave him the upper hand. Chu Hen's body was covered in blood, and a pair of demonic purple eyes flickered with a cold light. Through the pool water below, Chu Hen could clearly sense that the white-scaled serpent emperor's aura was still strong, and the demonic beast power within its body was still especially restless and violent. Chu Hen was secretly shocked. This was indeed a terrifying existence of the beast emperor level. It had already been beaten to this state, but it still hadn't suffered any serious injuries. Buzz, buzz! Without the slightest hesitation, the surging aura around Chu Hen's body increased, and the vast true inner force spread out like a sea of smoke. The air was filled with a strong, destructive aura. The white-scaled serpent emperor's snake eyes were filled with endless coldness as it stared at its opponent. There was both a warning and anger in its eyes. Just as Chu Hen was about to take advantage of the situation and attack, a shocking change suddenly occurred. Boom! A heavy collision sound came from outside. The huge underground palace was shaking restlessly. Waves rose from the pool down below, and the runes drawn on the walls all shone with a bright and beautiful light. The mysterious talismans on the steps around the pool seemed to have been activated. Runic numbers that looked like bold calligraphy intersected with each other as the vines of light flickered and exploded with dazzling silver holy light. What was going on? Chu Hen's heart skipped a beat, and his face turned solemn. Could it be that the seal steel outside had been attacked? Was the restriction seal about to be removed? In an instant, the entire palace became abnormally chaotic. A series of light-patterned secret inscriptions that were lit up instantly erupted with dazzling brilliance, illuminating every dark corner. Chaotic energy filled the entire space. At this moment, the inside of the underground palace was like the belly of a volcano that was brewing magma, surging with hot air waves and chaotic energy. At this moment, the white-scaled serpent emperor's ice-cold eyes shot out 2 rays of green light. Boom! Soon after, he suddenly bounced up from the pool, and the water splashed everywhere. The white-scaled serpent emperor actually stood up, and its body released a green light. The might of the beast emperor rose once again, and a majestic suction force surged out of its body, causing the pool to churn violently. The faint golden spirit liquid contained in the pool was greatly attracted, and it quickly rushed into the white-scaled serpent emperor's huge body. The mighty scene was like a giant whale sucking in water, and it was hard to resist. In the blink of an eye, the pool of faint golden liquid had turned into an ordinary pool of turbid water. All of the shallow spirit sweet soul liquid was completely absorbed by the white-scaled serpent emperor, leaving not a single drop behind. Buzz! A terrifying, cold aura enveloped Chu Hen from all directions. The biting cold might of the beast emperor increased exponentially. In the huge underground palace, a strong, cold whirlwind swept up, and a surging green light covered the white-scaled serpent emperor's body. The destructive energy that had accumulated in its body for a long time seemed to be able to break through its restraints and tear apart its shackles. The runes that covered the entire underground palace became even more restless. Rumble. Along with the trembling of the airwaves that caused the space to distort, a dazzling, multicolored light suddenly appeared above the palace. A pressure that was comparable to a mountain came crashing down, and a majestic and imposing phantom stone tablet actually pressed down on the white-scaled Serpent Emperor. This stone tablet phantom was almost exactly the same as the one outside. It was like a miniature version of the giant stone tablet. Boom! Bang! The seal power of the sigil stone tablet collided with the might of the white-scaled Serpent Emperor's Beast Emperor, and it was comparable to the violent collision of a rushing flood and a mountain. The intense collision of power caused a deafening explosion of thunder. The white-scaled Serpent Emperor's entire body was shrouded in a green shadow, and it continuously set off layers of terrifying power, attacking the rapidly descending phantom stone tablet. The strong, biting cold shockwaves spread outwards. The blood in Chu Hen's body surged abnormally, and he looked at the scene in front of him with a face full of shock. This was the moment that the white-scaled Serpent Emperor had been waiting for. The ignorant fellows outside attacked the sigil stone tablet from the outside, while the white-scaled Serpent Emperor attacked the seal power from within. Under the combined attacks of both parties, the phantom stone tablet above the Serpent Emperor rapidly turned transparent at a speed visible to the naked eye. The ferocious aura that erupted from this shocking beast also became more and more intense. Chu Hen could even clearly see the cracks that had appeared on the phantom stone tablet. In the valley, the geniuses of Moon End City, Illusory Rain Sect, Shura Sect, and Thousand Cranes Sect continued to fearlessly charge at the stone tablet. Beams of dazzling light beams, which looked like meteorites falling from the sky, continuously hit the huge stone tablet on the stone platform. Under the onslaught of everyone, the giant tablet shook violently, and the mountains trembled incessantly. In the void of the 9 heavens, the clouds churned and chaotic air currents filled the sky, enveloping the entire region. Looking at the increasingly illusory spirit formation light screen outside the stone tablet, the various teams' martial cultivators all revealed intense excitement and joy on their faces. The barrier is about to be broken. A young disciple from the Illusory Rain Sect exclaimed. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they once again increased the output of their quintessential energy. Looking at the tottering, towering stone tablet, Luo Mengchang's beautiful eyes began to fill with worry. Just what was going on with Chu Hen inside at a time like this? It was truly worrying. Boom! Along with a heavy bang that shook hundreds of miles, under the joint impact of more than a dozen powerful true essence light pillars, the barrier light curtain that enveloped the 1,000 feet large monument burst into thousands of crystal fragments like a bubble illusion. Then a monstrous evil aura rose like a raging wave from the deep sea. The resentment and ferocious aura that had been suppressed for a long time spread out in all directions with the stone platform as the center. Crack! Deep and narrow cracks spread out on the sigil stone tablet's stone wall. Thunder roared and white light flashed. Before the crowd could rejoice, they were invaded by an extremely cold and ferocious aura. This feeling was like a ferocious creature that had been trapped for a long time was about to break out of its cage. Woo! In the next moment, something that made everyone shudder in fear happened. A wild and shocking aura surged into the sky, and the shadow of a giant white python covered in rhombus-shaped scales suddenly sprang out from the stone platform below. Then it wrapped around the tablet and crawled up. The giant python coiled around the stone tablet, and its ferocious aura shook the heavens. The temperature within 100 kilometers seemed to have dropped by a level. Looking at the giant white python in front of them, everyone's faces instantly turned pale. Their eyes widened, and their faces were filled with horror. It's the white-scaled Serpent Emperor. Damn it, this sigil stone tablet is used to suppress the Serpent Emperor. We've released it. Shock, fear, and a deep shudder. Everyone suddenly understood the significance of the sigil stone tablet's existence here. Luo Mingshang's beautiful eyes were wide open, and her small mouth was slightly open. She clenched her fists so hard that her knuckles turned white. If it was said that there was a beast king suppressed beneath the seal stone tablet, then Chu Hen would be in grave danger. Shoo! The white-scaled serpent emperor wrapped around the giant tablet, and its roar shook the heavens and the earth. More and more cracks appeared on the stone tablet, and the bricks and soil fell like a landslide. The white-scaled serpent emperor's huge body turned from illusory to solid, and the ferocious aura it exuded became even more terrifying. Go! Retreat! The teams from the major forces did not hesitate at all. They only had one thought in mind, and that was to retreat as soon as possible. Once the Beast Emperor broke through the seal, no one would be able to survive. Screech! However, at this moment, a loud and clear cry that resounded through the 9 heavens resounded from within the 100-foot-tall stone tablet. Everyone's heart suddenly trembled. Immediately after, a gorgeous, colorful brilliance rose from the stone tablet like a tide. What was going on? Everyone stopped in their tracks. The colorful brilliance that gushed out from the stone tablet was like auspicious clouds, and the huge body of the white-scaled Serpent Emperor was shrouded and sealed within it. The Serpent Emperor's ferocious aura was instantly suppressed, and the solid shadow became illusory and ethereal again. The geniuses from the major forces looked at each other, and they all saw the deep astonishment in each other's eyes. What's going on? Could it be the second layer of the sigil stone tablet's restriction? It's possible. In the underground palace, the originally dark and gloomy underground palace became dazzling at this moment, and the scorching heat waves came one after another, covering the sky and earth. At that moment, the scene that appeared in front of Chu Hen was something he had never seen before. The white-scaled Serpent Emperor's body was shrouded in a colorful brilliance, and the one releasing this powerful holy light was a magnificent sparrow that emitted a disdainful aura. At the critical moment, just before the white-scaled Serpent Emperor broke through the seal, the sacred-winged, heavenly flame sparrow that had been hiding in Chu Hen's body, waiting for an opportunity to strike, rushed out without hesitation and suppressed the other party's ferocious aura with its supreme might. The giant tablet's shadow was suppressed above the white-scaled Serpent Emperor's head. In front of it, the sacred-winged, heavenly flame sparrow's holy radiance shone brightly. Even though the white-scaled Serpent Emperor was a beast emperor, it still could not help but tremble in front of the sacred-winged, heavenly flame sparrow. Screech! The sacred-winged, heavenly flame sparrow let out a low, dignified cry. Buzz! Countless colorful patterns of golden flames blossomed like a rain of fireworks, then formed a huge net, sealing off all of the white-scaled Serpent Emperor's escape routes. Then, an incomparably powerful devouring force erupted.